Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to TOOTSIE.
Yay!
And that's what we're reading tonight with this wonderful cast.
Yes,
And
we're reading Tootsie because nobody heard what you said, Jacob.
am I muted?
No, it's you.
No,
it
you just moved away from the mic, I think.
Well, thank you for saying that. Tootsie, not Toots, not this. Dorothy, Dorothy. You'll find out why I said that later in the script if you haven't seen the movie.
Forgive us, we have different accents.
North
All
American.
y'all have accents. I don't have an accent.
Yeah, everyone
you
has an
kind of
accent. but
do,
me.
Clint.
Literally no one cares. It's fine. Of the 5 people watching, does anybody care? No. Thank you. Okay, moving on.
We're going to get hate mail. We're going to get canceled.
This is one of the whitest scripts we have ever done, sir. No, I respectfully disagree.
I was joking.
Sounds
I
like
didn't
a
even know what you guys are
joke.
like talking about.
Anyway,
Anywho, let's meet these amazing, fun people. As you can see, we have a great time just hanging out together. And so you have a great time working with them. And that's a big part of it, right? So you guys go ahead and tell them who you are, what you normally do, and where they can find you. We'll go ahead and have that up front. But, let's keep it concise, short. And we can elaborate after the read. So, Vicky Dykes.
Hi, I'm Vicki Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta, a small town, Benholt. I'm an actress, and tonight I will be reading the action and description and a smattering of small roles. Cook, woman, Laurie, Mrs. Crawley, Phil, salesman, Pat, Alfred, gentleman, and Joel.
Yeah, a lot of people, there's surprisingly a lot of roles in this movie. And just so anyone watching knows, these actors are so game, they didn't even know who they were playing shortly before we went live. So it's going to be hard for us to keep track of when this random role comes up that we got to read and have never read before. So beware, I can't even speak.
this is a very cold table read.
It's a very cold table read. So.
Ice cold, ice cube cold.
Shake cold. All right, so give us the benefit of the doubt and be patient with us, and we appreciate that. And if they do
You
amazing
will be
job,
entertained by our
blown
crazy
away.
antics.
Yes. But we'll continue. We have Clint Monroe.
Hey, what's going on, guys? My name's Clint Monroe. I'm playing Michael and Dorothy today. I've never seen the script. I kind of have a loose-based idea what it's about. So just full disclaimer, we're doing this whole thing for entertainment and for educational purposes in case, times have changed since things happened. We all know that. And we're all just here to pay respects to the talent that put this vision into the world. So that's what we're going to be doing here. But yes, my name is Clint Monroe. I am a writer and getting into directing and acting as well. But right now, my buddy's got a pilot that just got greenlit. So we're coming in there and writing up the first 2 episodes, getting that dialed into where it's a bombshell and ready to be released in the world. So that's what I'm doing right now, other than playing Michael and Dorothy. So that's me, and I'll pass it.
All right, congrats to you and your friend.
Thank you.
Morgan Toll.
Hi, I'm Morgan. Excited to do another table read. I'm an actress and talent coordinator for Streamily.
And Heather Lee Cameron.
Hi, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I live in Lethbridge, Alberta. I'm an actor, I'm a writer, I'm a creator, and I'm a family history research student. I do have some really big news concerning my acting and my writing, but we'll share that at the end. Tonight I'll be playing second actor Dawn, another actor Date, Anne, Rita, Julie, Joe, April, and Ryder. Please enjoy our performance and prepare to be entertained.
Because I look forward to hearing all your news afterwards.
Yes.
Petra Stedman.
Hello. Petra Stedman, writer, actress, general knowledge haver, general knowledge
We
haver.
call her Petropedia.
Yeah, just excited to be here and playing a bunch of characters who may or may not talk to themselves or each other, and that's fine too. Really looking forward to tapping into Sandy and Skeevy Director and just some really fun characters in this one. This is one of my really favorite comfort movies, especially when it comes to stuff about acting. So looking forward to delving into the script and seeing the difference.
All right, and let's do that now. I will share the
One
screen.
last thing before we go, I just wanted to plug Table Read Tuesdays. I know that I am working on this pilot. It's a dream that's coming true. And I just wanted to say that I owe everything that I've learned through reading the scripts comes to Table Read Tuesdays. Guys, like and subscribe. Check this out. Watch the scripts, because that's the way that you're going to see what industry leaders are doing and become an industry leader yourself. So like and subscribe. It helps. It works. Trust me.
And if you wish, please join us. We could always use more fresh meat
yeah.
to help us read this.
Indeed.
All right, let's get into it.
Thank you for that. Okay. I approve that message. Vicky Dykes, when you're ready, take us away.
Tootsie, screenplay by Larry Gelbart, March 8th, 1982. Macro shot, like an abstract painting. Only one area is in focus. It is an actor's character box. We slowly pan to see a monocle, different pairs of eyeglasses, rubber appliances, various makeups, a collection of dental applications, an assortment of brushes. A hand comes into frame and removes a small bottle. We follow to see it is a spirit gum. The other hand enters frame and uncaps the bottle. Follow one hand as it applies the spirit gum to a cheek, and we see only a portion of the cheek. Now the hands apply spirit gum to a rubber scar. Again, we follow the hands as they place the scar upon the actor's cheek. The ritual continues as we watch a mustache being applied. The hands then search out the dental appliances and pick one. We study the movement as the appliance is inserted into the actor's mouth. Throughout the above, we hear someone mumbling, but we cannot make out the words. Suddenly we hear,
Next!
a black screen, or so it seems. Really a darkened theater. We're looking out towards the auditorium.
Michael Dorsey, is it?
Pull back to hold Michael in frame, looking out towards the darkened auditorium. He is an actor, 40 years old. He holds a script.
That's right.
Camera circles to reveal Michael's face. The scar is present, as is a mustache. He also has perfect teeth.
Top of 23.
Do you know what it's like waking up in Paris that morning? Seeing the empty pillow where, wait a minute, cover your breasts. Kevin is downstairs. My God, what are you?
Hand to reveal a burly male stage manager, cigar butt in mouth.
I'm a woman, not Felicia's mother, not Kevin's wife.
That's fine, thank you. We're looking for someone a little older.
Another bare stage. Michael with another stage manager. Michael is dressed in cutoffs, a t-shirt and sneakers. He plays with a yo-yo.
Mom, Dad, Uncle Pete, something's wrong with Biscuit. I think he's dead.
Thank you, thank you. We're looking for someone a little younger.
A third bare stage, Michael with another stage manager. Michael has dark makeup. His hair is slicked back, wears a zoot suit, another mustache. He has a Walkman stereo hanging from his neck and wears earphones.
No, Julio, no. Get out of the barrel while you can.
I don't go out with Estella.
He suddenly whips out a knife and flicks it open under the stage manager's chin. The stage manager looks up from the script in terror.
And I want you to look at me when I walk, man. Look at me.
Thank you, that was very good, but we're looking for someone a little less ethnic.
Music up, a la on Broadway. Close scrapbook pages, main titles begin the early years. A 6-year-old Michael in a school play, my first play, scrawled beneath the picture. B, a high school newspaper article about Michael Dorsey. C, in another costume, older now, a high school play.
Next.
Another bare stage, Michael, deeply moved in tears, reading from Henry IV.
Old men forget, yet all shall be forgotten. But we will remember with advantage what fears we did that day. Then shall their names.
He suddenly breaks off, and we hear mumbling from out in the dark house.
Is my acting interfering with your talking? Because I can keep it. I can keep this down. I mean, I wouldn't want to disturb you. Just tell me if I'm interfering.
Close, the scrapbook, music and titles. A parchment award, the John Barrymore Award. B, a mustache encased in cellophane. C, a piece of a program from Cyrano. Interior loft apartment, Michael's acting class day. Jim and Max sit opposite each other at the head of the class, doing exercises as Michael directs him. Interior lots apartment, Michael's acting class day. Sandy at front of class does singing exercise. Michael works with her as class watches. Interior theater in the round. A rehearsal. Michael, propped with cane and holding script, sits on one side of the stage. One by one, actors run to him and say their lines.
Quick, get a priest.
No, not a priest.
But you're dying, Count Tolstoy.
A priest runs to Michael and kneels.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, I commit your soul to God.
My friend.
From the house.
Look, that was super, Michael, love, but I wonder if you could cross to center stage on the last beat and then die.
Why?
Well, the left side of the house can't see you at all.
You want me to stand up and walk while I'm dying?
Look, I know it's awkward, but we'll just have to do it, all right?
Why?
I just told you. Now do it.
Why? Because you say so?
Yes, love.
Not with me as Tolstoy.
Michael drops script and cane and exits. Scrapbook, music and titles. A telegram wishing Michael good luck in New York. B, a good review in an off Broadway play. C, a mailgram notifying him of an OB nomination. D, a wedding photo of Michael and a pretty girl. E, a clipping in Variety. Due to creative differences, Michael Dorsey has been replaced by Terry Bishop in Petrified Forest at the Die List. Another bare stage, Michael alone on stage. Michael angrily slaps the script against his thigh.
Oh, just a second now. Can I start again? I just didn't start right.
No, it was very good. Really, it was fine. You're just the wrong height.
Well, hold it. I mean, I can be taller. I got lifts at home. It really isn't. It's really easy to add a few.
No, you don't understand. We need someone shorter.
I don't have to be this tall. I'm wearing lifts.
Interior loft apartment. Michael's acting class. Dominic and Anne do improvisation in front of the class. Michael interrupts to criticize them. Scrapbook, music, and titles. A torn photo of Laurence Olivier and the Entertainer. B, an article announcing that Michael will be coming to the Guthrie Theater in Minneapolis. C, a page from a Chekhov play. And D, a faded section of Michael's signed divorce papers. Titles and music fade out. Exterior, McMullen's Restaurant night established. Interior, McMullen's Restaurant night. Busy, noisy, would-be actors are waiters and waitresses. Cap teeth, bow ties, aprons. Kitchen area, McMullen's Restaurant. Jeff stands waiting for the dishes he ordered as Michael comes in. rattles off his orders to the cook, and when he's through ordering, Jeff turns to him.
How'd it go today?
Terrible. Did you write it? Did you write the last scene?
I worked on the necktie speech.
How is it?
Well, I think it's great. I'm real excited.
Good. We'll work on it when we get home.
Michael heads to the area near the exit. As Dawn reaches for a plate of flounder that the cook's just put out,
Hey, that's my flounder.
No, that's my flounder.
Jeff grabs a plate, Dawn backs off, and Jeff eats some of the chips, which sit waiting. The cook sees and slams his spatula down near Jeff's hand. Hey, that's for the customers.
Hey, I eat these things once a day. So if a customer asks if I eat your food, I can say yes.
Michael heads out of the kitchen. Jeff follows, carrying food. Interior dining area, Michael and Jeff. Michael comes out of the kitchen, takes menus out, then stops as he looks towards the dining area, puts the menus back, and turns to Jeff, who has just come out of the kitchen.
Hey, do me a favor. Take station 12.
I can't. Jim's still mad because I covered your station Friday. Why? What's wrong?
It's my ex.
Jeff grimaces and ducks away. Michael picks up 4 menus, goes to the table. Kathy is good looking. Graham is the picture of a 3-piece suit respectability. A 3-year-old is with them. Michael hands out the menus, giving 2 to Graham. Kathy looks up.
Oh my God, Michael, what a surprise. I didn't know you were still, what a surprise. Graham, this is Michael Dorsey, my husband. Graham is my husband. You know who you are. This is Chucky. He's very tired. You look great, Michael. Isn't it great about Terry Bishop? He's doing so well.
Hey, he's making a lot of money on a soap.
Are you still roommates?
Nah, I haven't seen him in a few years.
Oh, great. Are you married?
Nah, I share an apartment with an unsuccessful playwright. He's a waiter here too.
Oh, great. You look wonderful. You haven't changed at all. Facially, you just look great.
You guys like to order appetizers, or you want to just see the wine list?
The wine list will be fine.
Michael heads away from the table. Exterior, the street of their loft. Michael, Jeff, walking night. Michael and Jeff heading home from work.
When I was living with her, she was a hippie. She looked like the president of the PTA now. I don't know what I was ever doing with her.
It's obvious. You were ruining her.
She looks old. Forget her. You rewrote the necktie speech, right?
Yeah,
Without the necktie.
with the necktie.
The necktie is exactly what's wrong with the play.
The necktie tie is what's wrong with the play. What's wrong with you, man?
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? It's depressing to be disagreed with.
I think you are depressed. It's been your birthday all day and you haven't mentioned it once.
I'm a character actor. What do I care? Age has no effect to me. How would one not be depressed?
They enter the building. Interior, a tenement building, night. Michael and Jeff head up the stairs away from camera.
Instead of trying to be Michael Dorsey, the great actor, or Michael Dorsey, the great waiter, why don't you just try to be Michael Dorsey?
Oh, come on. I just want to get through this night. What do you mean, just try to be Michael Dorsey?
I know it's a bummer, but just say to yourself, I am Michael Dorsey.
I am Michael Dorsey.
Interior loft, night. On door as it opens and Michael steps in.
What's
What's the payoff? I am Michael Dorsey. I am Michael Dorsey.
say it like you mean it.
I am Michael Dorsey.
Before he touches the switch, the lights go on. Michael turns to see 30 people yell.
Surprise.
Surprise!
Guys, thank you guys.
Michael turns and tries to leave, but Jeff blocks his way. He turns back to face the guests.
There's nothing more hostile than a surprise party. Go on, get drunk.
Interior loft night later. Open close on actor picking up bottle of champagne. Camera follows up with bottle to see women lighting cake candles and another actor picking up glasses. Camera pans with actor to end wide on
I'm in.
speech.
Okay. And I know Sam is later in the thing, but I don't know if that's the same one. So I'll just do first actor. Wait, a toast first to Michael, who, like it or not, makes you remember what acting is all about.
Being unemployed.
They all laugh and clap.
To Mike Dorsey, who's the first to teach us there's no difference between acting and sex. You don't have to make a lot of noise to be good.
They all laugh and clap.
To Michael, who's been my friend for 6 years. Oh God, has it been that long? And my teacher, and who's just great, a great actor, great teacher, great friend. This is really a very dumb speech, isn't it?
Sandy moves aside as they all sing happy birthday as the cake is brought forward. Camera pushes into the candles and interior loft, the party later. Camera opens on birthday sign. Hand to Michael, who talks with lady till she's called away. He goes to seated Pat.
Hi, how are you? I'm Michael.
I'm Patsy.
You got a terrific face. You an actress?
No,
Who'd you come with?
Lynette. She said she knew you.
Hang around afterwards. I'll give you a free acting lesson.
I don't want to waste your time. I just got married. Camera pans to see Sandy sitting with a young group of actors.
Sandy, your glass is empty.
No, I have this audition for a soap tomorrow. 6 weeks, 650 an episode. I'll have some. I'm celebrating. I just had 9 callbacks for a nail commercial, and I didn't get it. Oh, it's really hard hanging around getting turned down by big shots. It just makes you feel like nothing, and pretty soon anyone who turns you down seems like a big shot.
Michael has joined them. He sees Harvey hand a joint to Sandy's date.
What are you doing drugs for? Dude, that screws up your lungs, man. You can't do Shakespeare.
There's no work.
Wrong? Wrong. You know what Strasberg said? You create your own opportunities.
No, it wasn't Lee. It was Meisner. No, that was Stella.
Well, that was Utah.
Whoever it was, the point is, Sandy, you and I are trying to do a play that my roommate wrote in Syracuse. All we need is $8,000. You can do the same.
Oh, Michael.
People start looking at the baby who's been brought over.
You can do that in Poconos.
Michael continues on as Sandy stands to look at the baby.
Oh, look at the baby, Michael. Don't you think she's cute? Michael. Michael. Michael!
Yes.
Michael gives up on the group, sees Linda at the cake table and goes over to her.
Yeah, I was looking at you before. You have a terrific face. Are you an actress?
Sometimes.
I didn't see you in Dames of the Sea.
Yes.
Good work. Good work.
They start to walk towards the window together.
I don't want to crap around, but there's an aura between us. Don't you know? Wait, but I don't know you. But I know you. I bet I can tell you something about yourself.
What?
I bet you like to walk barefoot on the beach.
Why are you so weird?
It's my birthday. I'm 38 years old. Haven't worked in 2 years. Aw. Listen, why don't you be the last one to take your coat off in my bed tonight, okay? Give me a hug.
They hug.
Don't go away now.
Okay.
You promise?
She smiles at him. Interior loft kitchen area. Jeff sits at the kitchen table with his girlfriend, Diane, and 5 other actors. All listen intently to Jeff.
I don't want a full house at the Winter Garden Theater. I want 90 people who just came out of the worst rainstorm in the city's history. These are people who are alive on this planet. Until they dry off, I wish I had a theater that was only opened when it rained.
Interior loft, another area later. Open tight on Michael, standing next to the Beckett poster in a similar pose to the one on the poster. Camera pulls back to reveal Anne, who is talking to him. Throughout, he keeps glancing at the off-screen Linda.
Listen, I got everything worked out. I'm going to take a cab home and feed my cats, and then I'll take another cab and I'll be back down.
You don't understand. My roommate wants to work on this play tonight after everyone goes home. He's not happy about the third act. So just give me your number and I'll call you next week.
Oh, I gave you my number.
I thought you changed it.
Since an hour ago?
Good point.
Interior loft, kitchen area later. Jeff sits at the kitchen table, but only Diane and 2 other actors are left with him.
I don't like it when people come up to me and say, I saw your play, and I really appreciate your message. And I don't like it when guys come up to me and say, hey, I saw your play, and I cried, man. I like it when people come up to me and say, like a week later,
Jacob EXE has stopped working.
Interior loft, piano area later. Michael plays the piano. Roz sits near him. He keeps glancing around looking for the missing Linda.
It's nice, Michael.
Thanks.
You wrote that?
Yeah.
A good-looking woman passes by.
Who's that?
It's Mallory. She's married to John. Where are you going?
And we're stuck.
This is when we need to take a stand against the power structures that deal with the internet. It's time to increase speed and connectivity.
Okay, Morgan, you're the host now, so you can share the script. And we can keep going if you'd like.
I'm not the host.
You are the host.
Okay.
You sure?
Does it say you're the host?
No.
Okay.
How do we know who's hosting? I'm not. Mine says leave. Okay.
Oh, Jacob just DM'd me. He froze.
We know. We are aware.
You're on such a run.
We were doing so well.
Everyone, technical difficulties.
What, like a 15-page run? That was sick.
I know. I mean, I can tell you what my next line, what the rest of my line is. It's Mallory. She's married to John. Where are you going tonight? What are you doing? But after that, I don't know. Got some really good lines coming up too.
Right.
Whopping 14 pages of like no whatever. It's got.
Well, we'll just clip this little segment and like host.
Oh,
We
that's
wish.
Jacob.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see. Ooh, the dancing. Little dancing.
Gonna come back together.
You know what's sadistic? You can get a little like text icon GIF thing of those little dancing bubbles and send it to someone, and it just constantly looks like you're typing. That is so mean.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Jacob,
genius. It's like, oh, that's mean.
Jacob, you need to appoint a co-host so that we can keep going if it happens again, okay?
how are you all still here if that did not automatically happen? But yes,
Because I
did.
told Morgan she was the co-host and she didn't believe me.
Okay, yeah, I guess it automatically switched. But like right now,
So give somebody the co-host so they can share the script if it happens again.
will do. Good suggestion.
Sorry if it comes across as bossy. We just don't want.
No, I know. We got 14 pages in. It's fine. I get it. But it was like, okay. Yes, Miss Heather, sir.
Oh my God, I'm sounding bossy. I'm terrible. Oh my gosh.
Love you.
I know.
I'll try and do that right now. We'll get.
I
Give the
believe
co-host
they're
to
doing,
give the co-host to Petra. Give the co-host to Petra. 'Cause
they're doing a stage play.
Petra, you voluntold yourself, so stop it.
I did what?
You voluntold yourself, so you're gonna handle it.
Now that's bossy. Woof. All right. Should we continue?
Good Lord.
She said she could handle it, so she's gonna handle it.
I'm sure all of you could handle it.
Bald lies. Bald lies. You are lying like a rug, Heather.
And this is recorded
I'm a rug.
and live streamed, so everybody heard it.
Seriously, no.
I'm a
You
wrong.
can go back and check.
No, so I heard that they're doing a stage play of Full Metal Jacket, and they just cast Heather Lee Cameron as the drill sergeant.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Fun
she's
fact, our early
I'm
review
the
was
drill
never
sergeant.
cast, it was
That's
just
scary.
consultant.
yeah.
And then they gave it to him because I think he recorded himself for like 15 or 20 solid minutes getting pelted by a platoon with like tennis balls and oranges, never repeating the same thing.
Oh, you want to beat me
And
with
he got-
tennis
and he got
balls and
gassed.
oranges?
Also,
You
I mean,
wanna-
he had been a real drill sergeant, and drill sergeants have like that very instinctive rhythm.
Like, why
that
do you
stops
want to
from
beat me
being
with tennis balls and oranges? What a waste of product. Those are expensive.
Yeah, and
Well,
we'll
you
talk
do the
about that
movie.
more afterwards.
Sure. Moving on.
Moving
we
on.
were little bottom of 14.
Yeah, I was saying my lines, and then I noticed nobody else was there when I stopped, or they were frozen.
Anyway, sorry.
It's
We got
my
all the
fault.
way down to it's Mallory. She's married to John. Where are you going tonight? What are you doing?
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, we moved on without you. Your lines were great though.
A good-looking woman passes by. And Michael says,
Oh, yeah. Who's that?
It's Mallory. She's married to John. Where are you going tonight? What are you doing?
I gotta work on this. Wait, I'm going to work with my roommate on this play.
Please stay.
interior loft kitchen area later. Jeff is still at the kitchen table, but alone with Diane. She rubs his back as he talks.
A Broadway theater wouldn't even sell me a standing room ticket. And I tried to play their game, Diane. I did the thing about suicides of the American Indian, and nobody cared. Nobody showed. And I think the American Indian is as American as John and Ethel Barrymore and Donnie and Marie Osmond. I think it's really sad, but I think nowadays when people dream, they don't even dream in their own country anymore. And that's sick.
Interior loft window area later. People at the party have fallen asleep, sitting at the long table and lying on the couch with the Walkman on. Interior loft cake table later. Sandy goes to the cake table, wraps a piece of cake in a napkin, and after looking around, stashes it in her pocketbook. She goes away from the table. Interior loft outside of kitchen bathroom later. Young man watches as someone inside the bathroom tries to open the stuck door. Finally, Sandy comes out, bathroom plunger in hand.
Oh my God, didn't anybody hear me? I've been trapped in there for half an hour. This is some party.
She heads back to the main party area. Interior loft main area later. The party has thinned. The desperate chatter has quieted down. Michael is leaning against a pillar, talking to Jeff, who sits on the edge of the couch.
I had a nice time. I just didn't know more than like half the people here.
I waited till the last minute to keep the surprise, so I only invited 10 people. They invited 10 people. You met a lot of new people. I think they all liked you a lot.
Sam stops by on his way to the door, shakes Jeff's hand.
Thanks, Jeff. Happy birthday, Michael.
Thanks.
Sam starts towards the door.
Great party.
Thank you, Sam.
Michael sees Linda heading to the door with the young man. Jeff slides onto the couch to sit next to Diane. Michael gives Linda a questioning look.
Hey,
Linda waves to him as she leaves with the other fellow. Sandy walks up to Michael, leans on the pillar.
Well, good night, Michael. It was a wonderful party. My date left with someone else. I had a lot of fun. Do you have any Seconal?
Come on. I'll walk you home.
Exterior, the apartment, Sandy and Michael. They come out and walk and begin walking.
I really did have such a good time.
Damn it. I didn't borrow cab fare.
Oh, that's okay. It's cheaper to get mugged these days. The fines are really insane. Fares.
She suddenly bursts into tears.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I don't feel bad. Really, I cry. It's like a tick.
Tell me what's wrong, or I'll kill you.
Nothing. In fact, I'm very up.
You're worried about the audition, aren't you?
No, I'm not, because I know I won't get it. I'm completely wrong for it.
What's the part?
A woman.
Could you be a little more specific?
Interior, Sandy's apartment. Michael and Sandy. Michael sits on the couch, feet up on the coffee table, script on his lap. Sandy stands near him.
Now concentrate. Concentrate. Cue. You don't have one man. You don't have a man, so you want to act like one.
You're wrong, Dr. Brewster. I'm very proud of being a woman, and
Sandy, wait. This guy isn't treating you, or this guy is treating you like dirt. Why? Because he's a doctor and you're a woman, and he can't get away, and he can get away with it. You stand up to him. Get your juices going.
well, show me what you mean.
You're wrong, Mr. Brewster. I'm very proud of being a woman.
I can't do it as good as you.
Yes, you can. Turn the tables on me. Do it in your own way.
You're wrong, Dr. Brewster. I'm very proud of being a woman. Where am I off?
I can't tell you what you're playing.
Well, I'm playing Rage. I'm enraged. I'm trying to turn the tables. Isn't that what you said?
That's rage.
I have a problem with anger.
You certainly have. But there's 100 other actors reading this who don't.
Don't get mad at me.
Why don't you stop acting like a doormat?
I'm not a doormat.
Now! Do it now.
You're very wrong, Dr. Brewster. I'm very proud of being a woman.
More.
But I'm also proud of this hospital, and before I let it be destroyed by your petty tyrannies,
Have the anger, but don't show it.
I will quietly recommend to the board that you be turned out into the street. Good day, Dr. Brewster.
Sandy turns and walks away.
You're a second-rate actress.
I said good day.
Getting there.
Did you feel how much I hated you?
Yes, in fact, why do you think I'm leaving?
Michael gets up, starts putting his coat on as he heads away from the couch. Sandy runs towards him.
Well, wait a minute. You can't leave. How am I going to get this back tomorrow? I can't ask a complete stranger to enrage me.
What time's your audition?
11.
Okay. I'll pick you up around 10 and enrage you.
Okay.
Exterior, national TV studio day. People going in and out, busy. Interior, TV studio, outer waiting room day. The room is dominated by a colorful mural featuring caricatures of the leading players on Southwest General. Looming above them is a woman wielding a whip. A receptionist, Billy, sits behind a desk. There are 6 women waiting to audition. They are 40-ish, heavy, thick-browed.
Oh my God. I feel pretty.
Shut up, you dumb bimbo.
Thank you.
A woman with a clipboard, Jacquet, steps out of Studio B as she does Rita Marshall, the show's producer, strides purposely through, followed by Alfred, the show's wardrobe man. He carries a sequin dress on a hanger.
No sequins, Alfred. She's attending her husband's funeral. If I see one single sequin on her.
I'll take them off. I'll take them off.
Ready.
She enters Studio B.
All right, ladies, please have your resumes ready and follow me.
Wish me luck.
Fuck off.
God bless you. You always know the right thing to say.
Sandy and the others exit into Studio B as a guided tour of a dozen people is led in by a studio page. They stop at the mural.
Now here you'll recognize all of your favorite characters on Southwest General, from John Van Horn, who plays venerable Dr. Medford Brewster since the very first episode aired almost 20 years ago, to America's best loved bad girl, Julie Phillips.
A boy of 12 moves off from the other tourists towards Michael.
Are you anybody?
Michael glares, sending the boy back to the group, who now gaze reverently at the mural.
Now the woman with the whip is Rita Marshall, executive producer of Southwest General.
Michael looks up, startled, as Sandy comes out of the studio and moves quickly to the elevators. He moves after her.
What happened?
They wouldn't let me read.
What do you mean they wouldn't let you read?
They said it wasn't right. Physically, they wanted someone tougher, so I'm going home now.
I'll walk you.
To San Diego?
Yeah. Wait, is that? Oh, what are you talking about?
I mean, I'm really going home. I'm 34. I'm a second-rate actress. I have second-rate looks. I can't keep anyone. I don't have a guy.
All right. I haven't talked to that second-rate asshole in 5 years. But come on, we're gonna let this. We're not gonna let this get away. I'll get you a reading.
They arrive at the receptionist desk.
Is Terry Bishop in the studio?
Mr. Bishop left the show. He's rehearsing The Iceman Cometh for Broadway.
What? Sandy, don't do anything dumb. I'll figure this out.
Exit 6th Avenue Dave. Michael running angrily up to an imposing building. Interior, National Artists Agency, reception area. Michael marches in and past the receptionist.
Just a moment, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Fields is in a conference right now.
But Michael pushes past and through the double doors. Interior corridor. Michael striding down miles of carpeting into George's office.
Michael, he's tied up right now, I swear.
He strides past into interior George Fields' office. George Fields is around 50, impeccably dressed, talking on the phone as Michael enters.
Jacob.
Sure.
Hold, please. Michael, can you wait outside? Please, I'm talking to the coast.
This is the coast too, George. New York coast. New York is a coast.
Wait a minute. Sorry, listen. Sorry. Margaret, get them back, will you? I cut myself off.
Terry Bishop is doing Iceman Cometh. Why didn't you send me up for that, George? You're my agent too.
Stuart Pressman wanted a name.
Terry Bishop is a name?
No, Michael Dorsey. No, Michael Dorsey is a name. When you want to send a steak back, Michael Dorsey is a name. Excuse me. Why do you make me say things like that? Let's start again. Terry Bishop is on a soap. Millions of people watch him. He's known.
And that qualifies him to ruin Iceman Cometh?
Look, I can't have this conversation.
I can act circles around that guy. I've played the part.
If Stuart Pressman wants a name, that's his affair. I know this will disgust you, but a lot of people are in this business to make money.
Don't make me sound like a flake, George. I want to make money too.
Oh, really? The Harlem Theater for the Blind? Steinberg in the Park? The People's Workshop in Syracuse?
I did 8 plays in 9 months in Syracuse. And I got great reviews from New York critics. Not that's why I did it.
No, of course not. God forbid you should lose your standing as an underground cult failure.
Do you think I'm a failure, George?
I will not get sucked into this discussion. I am too old, too smart, and too successful.
I sent you Jeff's play to read. It got great. It's got a great part in it for me. Did you read it?
Where do you come off sending me your roommate's play that you want me to star in? I'm your agent, not your mother. I'm not supposed to produce your roommate's play so you can star in it. I'm supposed to field offers.
Who told you that? The agent fairy? That was a significant play.
Nobody wants to do that play.
Why?
Because it's a downer. No one is going to produce a play about a couple who moved back to Love Canal.
But that actually happened.
Who gives a care? Nobody wants to pay $20 to watch people living next to a chemical waste. They can see that in New Jersey.
Okay. I don't want to argue about this now. I'll raise the money myself. I'll do anything. Send me on cat commercials, dog commercials, voiceovers, anything.
But I can't send you.
Why?
Michael, no one wants to work with you.
That's not true. I bust my ass to get parts, right?
Yes, but you bust everyone else's too. A guy's got 4 weeks to put on a play. He doesn't want to argue about whether Tolstoy can walk if he's dying.
That guy was an idiot. That was 2 years ago.
They can't all be idiots. That's the last time you worked. You argue with everyone. You've got one of the worst reputations in town. Nobody will touch you.
Wait a minute now. Wait. What are you saying? That nobody in New York will work with me?
No, that's too limiting. How about no one in Hollywood will work with you either? I can't even send you up for a commercial. You played a tomato for 30 seconds, and they went half a day over because you wouldn't sit down.
That wasn't logical.
You were a tomato! A tomato doesn't have logic. A tomato can't move.
That's what I said. So if the tomato can't move, how can I sit down? Or how can it sit down? I was a great tomato. I was a stand-up tomato.
Michael, you're a brilliant actor, but there's nothing I can do for you. I think you ought to get some therapy.
George, I didn't get a raise, or I'm going to raise $8,000, and I'm going to do Jeff's play.
Michael, you haven't been listening. You're not going to raise 25 cents. No one will hire you.
Oh, yeah?
Exterior, Medicine Avenue, Long Lens Day. Teeming with people coming and going. The focus gradually forces us to notice one woman moving towards us unsteadily on high heels. She is Michael. Interior National TV Studio, Outer Waiting Room Day. Michael in drag stands at the reception desk as Jacquet consults her clipboard. 4 other tough-looking women wait.
Jackie,
Mm-hmm.
Oregon.
George Fields, your agent.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell your last name, Dorothy?
Michaels. Michales.
Okay, come on.
Interior Studio B Day. Ron, the director, is making notes on his script. In big, technicians are moving sets around. Rita looks at various costumes that Alfred is showing her. She smokes incessantly.
Ron, this is Dorothy Michaels. Our director, Ron Carlisle. That's our producer, Rita Marshall. Dorothy doesn't have a resume. She's only been in town 2 weeks. George Fields is her agent.
that's very impressive. Dorothy, George Fields takes very few unknowns.
Yes, he was very kind to me.
But I'm afraid you're not right for this part, Dorothy. I'm sorry.
Why?
You see, I'm trying to make a statement with the role, a very pertinent statement, hopefully, and I need a specific physical type.
What type? I'm an actress. Miss Carlisle, or Mr. Carlisle, a character actress.
Honey, there just isn't time to work on a character on a soap. It's unfortunate, but you either have the right quality or you don't. I'm sure you're a wonderful actress, but you're just a bit too soft, too genteel, not threatening enough.
You want a threat? How's this? Take your hand off of my arm, or I'll knee your balls through the roof of your mouth. Is that enough of a threat for you?
That's a start.
I'll tell you what you really want. You want a caricature woman to prove some idiotic point, like power makes women masculine, or masculine women are ugly. Well, shame on a woman who lets you do it, or any woman who lets you do it. And that means you, dear.
And she sweeps out.
Oh, jeez.
That's idiotic. About power making women masculine. Not that that's my point.
TV studio reception area. Dorothy stands by the elevator, glancing over her shoulder. Rita hurries up to her.
Have you ever done television?
No, ma'am, I hadn't.
Was that for real in there, or were you auditioning for the part?
Which answer will get me a reading?
Interior studio, the floor, Dorothy, Rita, Dave. A female stage manager, Jo, wearing a headset and power pack, comes up with sides.
Ron, I want to test Miss Michaels. We're going to run some tape on her.
Julie Phillips, pretty, blonde, the show's leading lady, passes as Dorothy drops the sides. She kneels quickly to retrieve them and discovers Julie kneeling beside her, helping.
Oh dear. I can't find page 4.
They'll never know the difference.
Julie has gathered the pages. They both stand up. Julie hands Dorothy the pages, smiling understandingly.
Don't think of it as a camera. Think of it as something friendly, like a cannon.
And she moves away. Dorothy's staring after. At the door, Julie turns, winks, gives a thumbs up gesture. Interior control room, Ron, Jacquet, others, including Mel, Rich, the TD.
You really think she's worth testing this? For this?
She told me that no director has ever communicated a part to her so fast.
Oh, well, she did pick up what I said very quickly. Give me a left profile. Camera 2. Camera 1, get her right side.
We see camera adjustments on the multiple monitors.
Not so close, camera 1.
Back off on 1.
Camera 1's monitor shows the move.
I'd like to make her look a little more attractive. How far can you pull back?
I think this was a recast.
I mean, no, it's me. How do you feel about Cleveland?
Camera 1 pulls back a bit.
Good, right there. Miss Michaels, we're going to try one. You ready?
All the Dorothys on the monitor nod.
Jo.
Jo and Dorothy read the audition scene.
I know the kind of woman you are, Emily, getting older, never been pretty. You can't have a man, so you want to be one.
Dorothy stares at her incredulously, then laughs, surprising everyone with her interpretation. Jo looks up from the script, bewildered, then back down.
You're wrong, Mr. Brewster. I am very proud of being a woman, but I'm also proud of this hospital. And before I let it be destroyed by your callous inhumanity, before you let it before you turn these patients into numbers, before you let the turn of dying, before I let you turn the dying into more dead, I will recommend the board that you be turned into the street. Good day, Mr. Brewster. I said, good day.
Thank you. Hold it a minute.
Tough cookie. Yes, I gave her that direction.
Something more, though.
Boy, I don't know. I mean, it's your decision, but something about her bothers me. Doesn't it bother you?
She's feminine without being weak. She saved it from being a caricature. Alfred, get her measurements.
You mean I got the part?
We'll get the contracts over to George today. He'll start Thursday. Alfred, I see peasant skirts and dark sweaters and scarves. Lots of scarves. Relight for item 12.
On the floor, Alfred approaches Dorothy with his tape measure. What's your size, dear?
12, 14?
Well, which is it?
I don't know. I go up and down.
Well, that's more than I need to know, darling. Exterior Russian tea room day. Patrons come and go. Dorothy stands outside waiting. George Fields approaches, goes briskly to the entrance.
Hey, excuse me, sir. I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for the Russian tea room.
This is the Russian tea room.
Oh my star! So this is it. Oh, this is really embarrassing.
Yeah, well, this is it.
He goes in. Dorothy sweeps in after him. Interior Russian tea room day. George and Dorothy. George enters, leaving his coat at the check room, and heads into the dining area. Dorothy enters, spots George, leaves her coat, and heads after him. We see George being seated by Gregory.
We don't have a Gregory, by the way.
Oh, you do now. I will be Gregory.
Well,
Hello,
you're gonna.
Greg. Yeah,
I got it. It's fine.
you talk to yourself right here.
Oh, never
Dorothy
mind.
and him.
I'll do that.
Who
Just-
wants it?
yeah.
Who wants it?
I'll take it. It's fine.
Mark. Okay. Petra, go for it. So, hello, Gregory.
Mr. Fields, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Gregory finishes seating George.
The waiter will be here in just a minute.
Gregory leaves. George begins to look through his newspaper. Dorothy sits next to him.
Hi.
What the hell is this?
You're the famous George Fields, the agent? I'd like to. I'm new in town. I'm awfully lonely, and I was wondering if you would buy me lunch.
Gregory?
Dorothy grabs George's buttocks. George yelps, sits down again, coughing to cover his yelp.
Shh! I got a secret for you. It's Michael Dorsey, your favorite client. The next time you got a job that was a tomato.
There's a long pause.
Jesus, I begged you to get some therapy.
You also told me nobody would hire me.
You think this is going to change anything?
I got a soap, George. I'm the woman's administrator on Southwest General. I almost didn't get the part. They thought I was too feminine.
You'll never get away with it.
I got away with it.
You're psychotic.
They stop talking as a waiter appears. Something
from the
from
bar.
A double vodka, quick.
And the lady.
Dubonnet.
Dubonnet with a twist.
the waiter raises his eyebrows, but nods politely, leaves.
They're sending me the contracts today.
Me?
I used your name to get the reading.
You had no right to do that, Michael. Or whatever you call yourself.
Dorothy Michaels. I toyed with Isadora.
Someone in the business, Joel Spector, stops by the table. George!
Oh, hello, Joel. I talked to Stuart today. He'll be in London for a week. Then he definitely wants to meet.
Dorothy offers Joel her hand, resuming her female voice.
Hello.
Joel Spector, this is Dorothy something.
Michaels. I can't tell you how much I admire your work, Mr. Spector.
Dorothy removes her hand from Joel's and begins stroking George's leg. George spills his water and gets very busy mopping up with his napkin. Well, thank you, Miss Michaels. That's very flattering. Next week. Hope to see you again, Miss Michaels. He moves off.
You couldn't do that as a man? You had to put on a dress before you could pay someone a compliment?
Pay the check when it comes and lend me $1,000 until payday.
Why?
I
have to have something to wear besides this.
Music up. Montage. Dorothy shopping day. A lingerie section at a department store. A salesgirl holds up a brassiere. Dorothy takes it, thinks it's too small. B. A makeup section at a department store. Salesgirl holds up a shade of blush. Dorothy is confused, orders more. Finally has a ridiculously large assortment of packages. C. Apparel section. Dressing room. An exhausted saleswoman stands as Dorothy studies herself in the mirror. There are dresses strewn everywhere.
And the saleswoman says,
I
Might
will
help,
let
might help if you could hear me. Sorry. I won't let you not buy it. It's the most becoming dress you've tried on today.
But don't you think it makes me look dumpy?
That's because you're wearing ankle straps. Believe me, with a few alterations.
exterior street near Bloomingdale's, Dorothy Day. Dorothy comes out of Bloomingdale's with bags, goes to hail a cab. A cab stops, but as Dorothy approaches, a man cuts in front of her, jumps in and leaves her standing. She pulls him off, throwing him onto the ground, gets into the cab and drives off. Interior loft apartment, Michael and Jeff. Michael is in an old robe with his feet in a pan of water, tomatoes and cottage cheese on his plate, packages all around. Jeff pours hot water into the pan.
Those women were like animals. I saw one really smart handbag on the sale, but it was just too exhausting to fight for it. They're vicious. They kill their own. This, you know what the lingerie costs and the makeup? I don't even know how a woman can keep herself attractive and not starve. I have a little more than cottage cheese. Oh, can I have a little more cottage cheese?
is this the one you wore today?
Oh, I got this set tonight. This isn't going to be easy, you know, but I've got to get up at 4:30, and I gotta do a close shave. Easy. I'm on a diet. I already called the studio and told them that I have to do my own makeup because I have allergies.
I appreciate you're doing this, but is it just for the money, isn't it? It's not so you can try on these little outfits?
I'm not even going to answer that. It happens to be one of the greatest acting challenges any actor can have. You know what my real problem is?
Cramps?
Sandy. How do I tell her they cast a man instead of her? That's gonna or she gets suicidal at birthday parties.
Don't tell her.
What am I gonna say about the money for the play? What am I gonna say? Someone died and left it to me?
Interior Sandy's apartment. Sandy and Michael, night. Sandy is closing the door.
You stop me.
And me-
Sorry. Oh my God! When did she die?
Last week.
What of?
German measles.
Gee, what a coincidence! You're needing 8,000, and your aunt dying and leaving you exactly that much.
I know, isn't it?
Michael unzips his jacket, takes out a script, hands it to her.
Start learning your lines.
Oh my God, Michael! I can't believe it! What a great part!
Come on, get dressed. I'm going to take you to dinner.
Really?
Why not? It's about time we celebrate something.
To return to the love canal. Just let me just jump in the shower. I'll be 5 minutes.
Sandy heads down the hall and into the bedroom. Interior Sandy's apartment, Michael, night. Camera slowly pans from the bedroom door to the living room, where Michael reads Variety while walking towards the archway. He stops, looks into the mirror, begins to pose. He tosses the paper onto the couch, does some more positions in the mirror, and then stops to think for a moment. Camera pans Michael as he heads out of the living room, down the hallway, and into the bedroom. Interior Sandy's bedroom, night. Michael enters the room, glances at the closed bathroom door, goes to the closet. He opens the closet door, turns on the light, and begins to look through Sandy's clothes. As he looks at the dress hanging on the inside of the closed door, he notices the dress laid out on the bed.
Ooh.
Michael picks up the dress, looks in the mirror as he holds the dress in front of himself. He glances again at the bathroom door, puts the dress down on the bed, and begins to undress. He throws his sweatshirt onto the bed, undoes his pants, and bends down while lowering them. Suddenly, Sandy starts out of the bathroom.
Michael, we don't have to go out to eat. We could stay here.
She sees Michael, pants down, reacts. Michael jumps up, trying to cover himself and trying to figure out what to say.
Sandy, I want you.
You want me?
I want you.
Interior, Sandy's bedroom later. Sandy is in bed. Michael is climbing out of bed, putting on his clothes.
How about I call you tomorrow?
I know there's pain in every relationship, and I'd like to have mine now. Otherwise, I'm going to wait by the phone. And if you don't call, then I have to have pain and wait by the phone. You could save me a lot of time.
Then let's make it tomorrow. Dinner tomorrow. Or let's make it definite. Dinner tomorrow.
Interior, Michael's room, early morning. An alarm goes off showing 4:30 a.m. Series of quick cuts. A, Michael shaving very closely. B, Michael shaving his legs. C, Michael shaving under his arms. He cuts himself, winces, stuffs toilet paper under his arm. D, he applies a thick makeup base, false eyelashes, then long fingernails. E, Michael in jockey short, makeup, eyelashes, and fingernails in place, straps on a bra, back to front, and moves out of the bathroom. Interior kitchen area, loft, Jeff and Michael day. Michael, turning bra back to front, enters and is surprised to see Jeff seated in a robe, coffee prepared.
You didn't have to get it.
Yes, I did.
Exterior, Michael's apartment, Michael dawn. Dorothy Michaels emerges, puts her fingers in her mouth, and whistles for a cab. The cab screeches to a halt. Interior, TV studio building, entry area, early morning. Dorothy enters, addresses Mac, the security guard.
I'm Dorothy Michaels, Southwest General.
Yeah. I'm not Mac, I don't think, or am I? Yes, I am. And I want you in the conference room B right now.
Dorothy tenses. Close conference room B door. Dorothy opens it and enters. Conference room B door. Joe, the stage manager, is there with an official-looking man.
I was told to come right here.
Right. This is Dorothy Michaels, who plays Mrs. Kimberly. This is Dr. Schiff.
Played by who?
Dr. Schiff is Dr. Schiff. He's here to give you a physical.
What?
Who is our Dr. Shift?
I'm looking to see if that's me. If I can get my friggin' thing open.
Again, everybody,
insurance
last minute
purposes.
casting.
No, it's me. Sorry. For insurance purposes, strictly routine.
When you're finished, I'll take you to your dressing room.
She exits. Schiff applies pen to form.
Dorothy Michaels, is that right?
Yes.
Age?
43.
Schiff looks.
But don't tell.
Weight, height?
137, 5, 6, and a little bit.
As she takes her blood pressure.
General health pretty good?
Excellent.
Blood pressure's a little high.
Silence. Schiff undoes the blood pressure sleeve, lifts stethoscope to Dorothy's heart.
First aid nerves.
Now, what's this about an allergy to makeup?
Oh, I just said that. Actually, I'm a wee bit sensitive. Sometimes I have a little bit of mustache problem.
Oh? Not all men find that unattractive, you know.
He puts his hand lightly on her knee. Interior corridor studio. Joe and Dorothy day. Dorothy follows as Joe points off towards a doorway.
You're in 9.
Dorothy goes to the door, enters. Interior dressing room day. Standing in the room, wearing a scanty robe, is April Page, delicious, young.
Hi, I'm April Page. Make yourself at home.
And she whips off her robe, revealing bra and panties. Dorothy gasps, turns away, only to see April reflected in the makeup mirror.
What a nice looking table.
Push the telegrams out of the way and make some room for yourself.
Do you open in something?
No, they're for some creep I went out with. You can read them if you want. They're funny.
Sorry about last night. Please forgive last night. Last night will never happen again. What did he do last night?
Nothing. And it took him till 3 in the morning. God, it was a drag.
On Dorothy's shocked look, there's a knock. A PA sticks his head in and hands Dorothy 2 blue pages.
Oh,
Skip to line.
he goes out. Dorothy fastens her eyes to the pages.
Oh, sorry. He goes out. Dorothy fastens her eyes on the pages.
Therefore today.
Ah, they always throw stuff at you at the last minute. You could lose your mind around here.
Oh, God.
What's wrong?
I have to kiss Dr. Brewster?
Yeah, he kisses all the women on the show. Must be in his contract. We call him the Top.
On Dorothy's horrified look. Interior studio hospital room set day. Ron is blocking a scene between Julie and Ricky Lacey, who lies atop a bed, script in hand. Rita and crew stand by making notes. During, Dorothy stands in VG next to a distinguished-looking gentleman watching. Alvin is making last-minute costume adjustments on her.
Okay, quickly now. The tubes have pulled out of Rick's nose, so there's been an alert on your station. Julie, Rick, as soon as she starts to do stuff, the tube's back in your nose. You grab her hard.
In his condition?
Absolutely. He's been out of his head since he fell through the ice, and in his delirium, he thinks you're Anthea. Maybe even say Anthea when you grab her. Am I, Rick? Yes, I
You're
am.
talking to yourself, sweetie.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's good. Is my violin here in the room somewhere? No violin sank. It's at the bottom of the lake.
Angle, Dorothy, and gentleman.
The violinist fell through the ice?
He was playing it during the thaw. You're Dorothy Michaels, aren't you?
I just
Dorothy
realized.
nods. I'm John Van Horn. We're up next. He gives his mouth a generous Bianca spray.
Now, Julie, honey, when he grabs you, you're torn. You struggle. You don't know. You know, you should get the tubes back in his nose because he's in danger of alpha-lyric shock. But suddenly, here you are in the arms of a man whose music was Anthea's whole life, a man who stood by you after Ted's breakdown.
Okay.
So you struggle, but you're struggling with yourself as well.
And I lose, right?
Now, I want you to do the whole thing on the floor. I will explain how the tubes fell out, and Julie, when you get down on your knees, it says here in Inflame Rick's desire, God knows, it always inflames mine. Okay, Big John, Dorothy, everybody, this is Dorothy Michaels, our new hospital administrator.
Hellos all around.
We met the other day. I'm Julie Phillips, the hospital slut.
Hi, Mr. Carlisle. I have a teeny question with the business with Dr. Brewster.
Sweetheart, we are so late. We're not even going to be able to rehearse it.
But
I'm just going to show your marks, honey, and then you're going to have to go right to tape.
But
Big John, you enter, see them struggling, cross over to Rick and Julie and cry loudly, Nurse Charles, are you insane?
Yes, I see. Will that be on the teleprompter? Loudly?
Yes. Now, Toots, you enter here, you cross here, and your corridor scene is here.
He points out the door to the X's on the floor. Close, tape reels spinning, editing room, and editor sips a bottle of celery tonic. Interior Studio B taping cast crew. Julie is on the floor, struggling with Rick, who keeps saying Anthea in a delirious voice. Van Horn enters, glances at the teleprompter, and says,
Nurse Charles, are you insane?
The door bursts open and Dorothy enters.
I'm Emily Kimberly, the new ambassador. What's going on here?
She crosses to the struggling couple, whips Julie to her feet in a single move. Van Horn ignores that Julie is up.
Help me get her to her feet, Miss Kimberly.
Julie looks at him blankly, then quickly buckles her knees. Dorothy helps her up again.
Tend to your patient, Nurse Charles. And you and I have to talk, Mr. Brewster.
Interior control room, all. Ron holds his head in his hands.
I don't believe this.
It's all right. The girls saved it.
John and Dorothy are doing their scene. John's eyes go to the teleprompter behind Dorothy's frequently.
Well, you haven't changed at all, Emily.
Oh, but I have, Medford. Now that father is dead, the weight of this hospital falls upon my shoulders. And I will bear that weight, no matter what obstacles you put in my path.
You know, Emily, there's no reason for us to be in opposite camps. We can rule Southwest General together. I admire people with power. Women with power, especially.
He leans forward to kiss her. Dorothy slaps him across the face. He stands open-mouthed.
This is the same approach you would have used with my father, is this the same approach you would use with my father, Dr. Brewster? Do you really think that that I'm someone you can grope and then in a broom closet and then not consider a threat? I'm afraid, Dr. Brewster, that you have underestimated me. If you want to win me over, you'll have to deal with my mind, not my lips.
And cut! Stop tape.
Can we use it?
Are you kidding?
Interior studio, cast crew. Rita and John enter. John stands holding his face. There's a buzz of conversation, all overlapping.
I was supposed to kiss her.
That was an instinct. I kept hearing Ron's words, instant threat, and I realized how much it would.
It was a good instinct. It would have been mine.
Just a minute. I'll handle the instincts here. It happened to be a good instinct. But next time, if you have a question about a piece of business, you discuss it with me.
It was wrong of me not to.
And thanks for catching me. You saved my butt. I mean, literally. Okay, people, item 7.
Thanks, Rita. Big John, good work.
All leave except Van Horn and Dorothy.
Dorothy, I just want to say I loved what you did with our scene. Welcome aboard.
He kisses her full on the mouth. Exterior studio day. Ron and Julie come out arm in arm. Julie stands near the building as Ron moves to the curb to get a cab. In a moment, Dorothy comes out.
Oh, you'll sleep good tonight.
Ah, stars. It certainly was exhilarating.
Tell me that next week.
Ron calls from the curb.
Come on, honey.
Can we give you a lift? Why don't you join us for a drink?
Thanks, but I feel like walking.
Dorothy watches as Ron and Julie drive off, then limps towards the curb to hail a cab. Interior loft apartment night. Jeff sits at the table smoking his pipe, holding his play. Michael stands in his shorts, setting his wig.
I don't know if she's I don't know if she's pretty or not, but maybe in the Hollywood way, but she's no dummy. She threw in that feint like a pro.
I rewrote the necktie scene. You were right. It was too literal.
I wonder how my legs would look in this flat. I've got this whole character for Dorothy. I know I understand. I know everything she does. I really understand this woman.
Well, how'd you ever end up communicating with this guy?
Well, he told me what he wanted, and I didn't, and I did what I wanted. He bailed me out, and I apologized to him. I think Dorothy is smarter than me.
But you are Dorothy.
I wish I looked prettier. I feel like she's such a beautiful person. Maybe if I give her a little softer hairstyle?
The phone rings. Jeff
Don't-
leans for it.
Sorry, don't answer that.
Why?
It could be for Dorothy.
You gave them this number?
I had to. The show may have to get in hold of me in case they change the schedule.
I'll answer it and see.
No, I don't want them to think Dorothy lives with a guy. It's wrong for my character.
What if it's for me? It could be important. You answer it as Dorothy.
I can answer it as Dorothy. What if it's Sandy?
What if it's Diane? How do I explain a woman here?
The phone stops ringing. Michael heads back to the table.
All right, I'm sorry. We'll just get a service.
That takes 3 days. Look, I didn't complain when you put a foil through the couch just under my arm when you were Cyrano, or when you stuffed underwear into your shirt for a hump and went running around about being the bell tower. But I don't understand why I should sit here pretending I'm not home because you're not that kind of girl.
Jeff heads to the door.
Where are you going?
I'm going over to Diane, so in case she or anybody else wants me, they can find me.
Who do you think I'm doing this for? I'm doing this for you, Jeff. For your play, for Sandy. Sandy, I was supposed to take her out. Oh, Sandy, I was supposed to take her out to dinner tonight.
Interior Sandy's apartment night. Sandy stands with her phone to her ear, coat over her arm.
I asked you to give me the pain yesterday, Michael.
Intercut Michael and Sandy.
Sandy, I can't talk long. I didn't forget. But I got some kind of virus. I'm really sick. It may be the flu.
That's Sandy's line next. Michael, have you got a fever? Well, how much? Oh my God, we'll go right to bed, take 2 aspirin, bundle up, sweat, drink lots of liquids, and take 1,000 units of vitamin C every hour with milk. And Michael?
She looks at the phone. Michael? Interior Michael's loft, main area, midnight. Michael sits at the dining room table, Dorothy's makeup and work all around him. He has fallen asleep with his head on the table and some, but not all, of his nails polished. There's a scratching sound as of a dog pawing at the door. Michael sits up, now fully awake, and wary as the scratching sound continues. He rises, moves silently to the door. He unlocks it, picks up a pot to use as a weapon, opens the door a crack. Sandy's sitting on the steps, writing a note. Food containers and bags filled with food are all around her.
Sandy?
Sandy, surprised, stands up screaming.
Shh.
Michael remembers his nails, puts his hands behind his back.
Oh my God, I woke you. I didn't mean to get you out of bed. I made some chicken soup and I picked up some fruit and some milk for the vitamin C. And I was just writing a note telling you that it's for me so you wouldn't get paranoid and throw it out. And I woke you up. I could kill myself. I'm so sorry.
No. You shouldn't have gone through all the trouble.
Michael is now wearing the green mitt on his right hand.
Oh, it was no trouble. Oh, you've got the chill. You should put the other one on.
Yeah, you're right.
Michael now wears a mitt on each hand.
I mean, I guess I should go now, or should I bring it in? No, I should go now.
She turns to go.
No, you can bring it in, but you can't stay long because I got an infection.
I could catch something, right? I won't stay more than a minute.
Sandy goes into the kitchen, puts bags down by the table.
There's more.
Michael goes to get the rest of the food as Sandy puts her purse and coat down, spots the pantyhose, and goes to them. And when Michael steps inside, he sees her bent over, her back to him, holding the stockings. She carries them to the table or to the kitchen. Michael goes warily out into the hall and picks up the rest. And when he steps inside, Sandy is holding a pair of pantyhose.
Honey, please put them back on. Don't be hurt. But I can't now. I'm too beat from this virus to move.
These aren't mine. They were on the floor outside your bedroom.
What? God damn it, Jeff. I told him not to use my bedroom.
There's padding on the hips.
Yes, so there is. Jeff must have died when he took them off. He loved hips.
Where is Jeff?
At Diane's. The writers are insatiable.
Okay, well, if you get better and you feel like calling.
What do you mean if I get better? Is this terminal? I'll be better tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I mean soon, like a few days, and I'll call you first thing.
Maybe if you can eat, we can have dinner.
Good idea. Dinner for sure.
Sorry.
Music up. Montage. A. Georgia's secretary sits as though typing, an earplug in her ear. Follow the cord to see it is connected to a small TV set, not a dictaphone. She watches the soap reacting as Dorothy slaps Van Horn. B. Dorothy and Julie exit the studio. Julie is surrounded by 7 or 8 fans. Dorothy waves goodbye as Julie shrugs. Sorry about that. C. Jeff and Michael walking through the park. Jeff holds the script. Michael gesticulates wildly. D. Dorothy and Julie exit the studio. The 7 or 8 fans start toward Julie, but one of them drifts over to Dorothy. Julie indicates to others, that's Dorothy Michaels. Dorothy appreciates. E. Group of housewives at card table, cards forgotten. They all watch Southwest General. F. Michael and Jeff walking. Michael veers off to a jewelry store window, a display of earrings. Jeff gestures. For Sandy? Michael gestures. No, for me. He looks off, sees Julie and Ron arm in arm, exiting a restaurant. Push into Michael as he watches. G. Michael on phone to Sandy. He writes down the dinner date on his phone pad. H. Sandy rushes out of a supermarket loaded with groceries, flowers poking out of the top of one bag. Interior studio, Emily's OFC, Dorothy and Van Horn, taping a scene. Julie and April stand out of camera watching.
I think you'll find you've picked the wrong man to challenge, Miss Kimberly.
Dorothy takes his face abruptly in her hands, turns his head away from the teleprompter so he looks at her.
Look at me, Mr. Brewster. I don't trust a man who won't meet my eyes. I don't trust it in a bank teller. I don't trust it in an insurance salesman. And I certainly don't trust it in my chief surgeon.
She whips his head back to the teleprompter, but does not let go.
It won't, it was you who threw down the gauntlet.
You're an incredibly insensitive woman, Miss Kimberly.
She pulls his head back to her.
Stop thinking of me as a woman, Mr. Brewster, Dr. Brewster, and start thinking of me as a person. That's why Southwest General is made of people. And the sooner you realize that, the less tension you and I will have. And tell Nurse Charles, I want to see her immediately.
There is a music sting. Interior control room all.
One push in for close up.
Not too close.
Too close.
Hold, cut.
A red light flashes on a phone. Rita picks it up. Interior studio. Julie is in hysterics, trying to hide it.
That was wonderful, the way you held my face. You really controlled me. I felt your power.
Rita enters.
Good news, children. Our brilliant engineering staff has once again erased an entire reel of the show. So I'm afraid we'll have to tape it again.
Groans from everyone.
It's either that or do it live tomorrow.
Oh, I think we should tape.
Interior studio later. Taping over, Joe hands out tomorrow's pages. Dorothy takes hers, starts off the floor. She suddenly freezes and stares off. In a space between sets, Ron has April pressed against the wall, his hand halfway up her skirt, his mouth over hers. Interior dressing room corridor, Dorothy, thinking as she passes Julie's dressing room.
Someday, huh?
Dorothy moves to doorway. Julie sips white wine.
Does this happen often?
Every so often. We actually had to do it live once. You should have seen Van Horn's face, of course. You couldn't see Van Horn's face. He was so panicked they had to shoot him from the back. Drink?
No, thank you.
Dorothy, I know this is just what you want to hear, but we've got 26 pages tomorrow. If you could find it in your heart to come over and run it with me, we could have something to eat. I'm a born defroster. Surely you can't tell me you've had enough soap opera for today.
Exterior TV studio close on a fan. Pull back to see April, Julie, and Dorothy signing autographs.
We have fans. Yes. Morgan Cole. All the fans.
Did you give Melanie White an overdose of an X-ray on purpose?
I don't know. I don't write this crap, you know.
Fan number 1 crosses to Dorothy.
Please don't be so hard on Dr. Brewster. He's only mean because he's so insecure.
Fan number 3 crosses to April.
Miss Kimberly, you look so just the way you look. You're so attractive.
Thank you.
Julie and Les come out of studio, head to Dorothy.
Dorothy, I'd like you to meet my dad, Les.
What a pleasure. I just love your daughter to pieces.
Fan number 4 goes to Julie as Les and Dorothy continue to talk.
You aren't really going to give the violinist a lobotomy, are you, Mrs. Nicholas?
I don't know. I haven't seen the pages yet.
Interior loft, Jeff Michael Knight. The apartment, a cyclone of clothes, shoes, underwear.
What do you mean you have nothing to wear?
She's seen me in all of these.
Not in white.
I can't wear white to a casual dinner. It's too dressy.
Jeff checks out the other clothes.
Listen, I signed 26 autographs today. Not that that means anything. And some of those fans aren't so dumb either.
What about this little yellow outfit? It's pretty.
I don't have any shoes for it. And it's tight across the bust. And it makes me look cheap.
I think it looks sexy. Oh my God, what am I saying?
I know it seems silly to you, but it's our first date. And hell, I just like to look pretty for her.
Interior, Julie's apartment, entry hall, night. Julie, holding baby clothes and a bottle, opens the door to admit Dorothy, holding a small bouquet of flowers, her coat over her arms.
Hi. Oh, what a pretty outfit.
Thank you.
Come in.
I bought these for you.
Oh, you didn't have to do that. Let's go put them in some water.
They start through the apartment.
My, what a lovely room.
Is it? An interior decorator did it. Before the show, I had no money. Since the show, I've got no time.
Mrs. Crawley, 60th, enters with her hat and coat on.
Amy is asleep, finally, Miss Nichols. You're going to spoil that child to death, picking her up every time she cries.
Thank you, Mrs. Crawley. Dorothy Michaels, Mrs. Crawley.
How do you do?
Nice meeting you. Mrs. Crawley leaves.
Just drop your coat over there, Dorothy.
Julie enters the kitchen, while Dorothy leaves coat and pocketbook on chair, then follows Julie.
That's Amy's nanny. She hates me.
Who's Amy?
She's my daughter. She was 14 months old last week.
I didn't know you had a baby.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Were you ever married?
No. I was never that fortunate. I was engaged once to a brilliant young actor whose career unfortunately was cut short by the insensitivity of the theatrical establishment.
It killed him?
In a manner of speaking. Sutton gave up on acting, and me as well, and is now a waiter working in a disreputable restaurant.
You want some wine?
No, thank you. We have work. I want to keep sharp.
Can I ask you something? Do you worry about wearing so much makeup all the time?
Well, you see, I have a little mustache problem.
Well, some men find that attractive.
Well, perhaps one drink. Oh, I don't like the ones who find that attractive. I take it you're divorced?
No, I've never been married.
Well, perhaps one drink.
Dorothy takes a sip of wine. Close, a woman's hand. Preparing a dish. Pull back to reveal we are in Sandy's kitchen. She is happily preparing for her dinner with Michael. Interior Julie's kitchen, Julie, Dorothy, knife. One wine bottle stands empty. They are deep into the second one. Julie stands at the counter cutting mushrooms. Dorothy is at the bulletin board, which contains torn out sections of soap magazines with Julie's picture and headlines such as Julie and Bert. Suddenly all we had left were memories, or Southwest General's blazing duo, Julie and Lance. And another, Rick and Julie. Is he really singing only to her?
Did you really date all these guys?
I never met any of those guys. Well, Bert I saw once in an agent's office. The closest I ever got to Springfield was when I bought one of his records.
You know, I always wanted to be as pretty as you, and young as you when I was young. I bet you had a whole slew of beaux.
A couple.
Can I give you a hand?
No, you sit down, Dorothy. Take it easy.
What's a couple? How many's that?
Dorothy, how many have you had?
Well, I've had more than you could shake a stick at. Come on, tell me about Ron.
How much time you got? Well, Ron is hands down the best director of daytime drama. Did they warn you not to call it a soap? For a while there, if anybody said soap opera in front of a civilian, we'd have fined them a quarter. I think that's how she got a Mercedes.
But what about you and Ron?
Ah, that's a nighttime drama. He's interesting there, too.
Ah, so you mean you have a good relationship?
What's a good relationship, Dottie? Can I call you Dottie? He's smart, he's funny, he's charming. He knows how to get what he wants.
You mean with you?
He's not bad with Amy either. We've got things in common. You know, any guy who's interested in a woman who wants her dinner at 4 is unconscious by 9 and goes to work at dawn.
But how does he treat you?
Ah, there's that. Listen, you don't think I'd do this without a plan, do you? There are a lot of men in this world, but I'm selective. I look around very carefully, and when I find the guy I'm sure can give me the worst time, then I make my move. I don't know why I told you that.
A wail is heard from the other room. Julie sets her glass down, invites Dorothy to see the baby, and leaves the room. Dorothy takes one drink of wine, sets down her glass, and follows. Interior Amy's bedroom. Camera pulls back from the close-up of Amy in crib to reveal Julie moving to crib as lights come on. Dorothy follows Julie. Julie leans over crib, lifting Amy up and out of crib.
Amy, Amy, that's my little girl.
Say hello to your Aunt Dorothy.
You want to hold her a minute? She's so wet. Oh, let me get her a pair of pajamas.
Julie goes to the bureau.
I don't think she wants me to hold her.
Actually, you can set her down on the changing table. Just make sure you hold her.
Easy, easy. It's okay. Oh,
Are you all right?
oh. She's got a little hands in her hair.
Here, let me help you.
No. That's fine. She's gonna let go, aren't you, Amy? Let go. Let go.
Dorothy finally gets free, stands up.
Can I use your bathroom?
Dorothy rushes out of the room. Interior, Sandy's apartment night. Sitting at a table set for two, candles and all, she checks her watch unhappily. Interior, Julie's apartment night. The leftovers from dinner sit.
Oh, sorry. I was checking the pages for us to do our intermission. I think this could be a good spot for us to do a little intermission.
Sounds good.
All right. So see you guys 8:06-ish or 06-ish of whatever your hour is.
Perfect. See you in a bit.
Eight. This table read is brought to you by tomatoes that can sit and dine kings that can walk.
And if you're looking to do an evening of vegetables off Broadway, Michael Dorsey can play an endive salad that'll knock you on your ass.
Mhm.
I haven't seen the movie at all. Anyway.
Sorry, mouth moving, Morgan. If that's for us, it's muted, but I don't think it was. All right.
Oh, we're needing is Clint.
Miss Dorsey. Calling Miss Dorsey. I know, it's the opposite.
You sure got a lot of energy all of a sudden.
I don't think I realized how much happens in like the last half of this script. It's kind of nuts.
I forget, even though I saw it not too long ago. Hmm. All right, what do you guys want to do during this time? Well, we have a moment. Any shout-outs? We'll admire Mulder.
Oh, is Mulder here? Where's
Are you missing?
Mulder?
The rapping boy. He's
Oh,
ready for
hi,
his
Mulder.
Cute. Morgan, what
Mulder's
type of
like,
breed
who are
is
these
the
crazy
actor?
people?
He's tired. Did you ask her what type of breed?
Yeah.
He's a Chihuahua.
Okay.
Very
Might be
unique.
It's
something probably, but
Well, it's like the ears aren't quite fluffy enough to be like Papillon, but they've got like that, you know, he's a bat dog. He's adorable.
I didn't know Chihuahuas could be in other colors besides brown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's less the coloration and more like.
Well,
the
I
fur
didn't
and-
know.
it's called Blue Merle.
Okay.
That's the coloring.
Very cool. Yeah. Hi. Oh,
Mulder,
big
you
one.
are so unique. I want to send you a dog toy for Christmas, and I want to send your girl some Smarties.
There we go.
Like, do you eat Smarties?
You asking Morgan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I eat anything pretty much.
Good. And I'm not talking about those craps you call rockets. I'm talking about honest to God Smarties.
I know what Smarties are.
I don't know what rockets are, except the ones that go into space.
I would send them to Jacob,
I made
but
the
he likes
popsicle
sugar.
I eat all the sugar.
Yeah, you can eat Jacob's sugar.
Just had a whole bunch of what are they called? Cinnamon sticks.
Oh, you eat all the cinnamon for me because I can't eat it anymore. It makes me nauseous.
Cinnamon like dough
Okay.
sticks, like with cinnamon on them.
Like Dominoes.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
Clint is back.
No, this is Miss Michaels.
Glory. I love that outfit on Clint. It makes me smile so much, and I need to smile tonight.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I found my director's outfit, like direct on set.
Well,
I just
Clint,
think
you're
you
making
just
me
need
smile.
a pair of like cheater readers from the dollar store to just complete it, but pop the lenses out. Don't even.
Well, no,
use them
you're
for
making
anything.
me
Pop them.
you're making me smile so much because when we were reading the first part, I found out that one of my cousins died. So, so I needed the smiles tonight.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that. Sorry.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Hopefully
that's
we can-
terrible.
She was really sick.
Just-
She was really, really sick.
Mhm. Well, I will try to make you smile as much as I can tonight.
I would love that because you always do, and everybody always does here because they're so bloody amazing.
Yeah. How am I doing?
You're
Good.
fantastic. You really are.
I especially like you as Dorothy.
You're
Aw.
such a femme. You're such a femme, and I love it.
You pulled it off so well. It's nice.
You're not Not having seen the movie, you actually have the characterization quite close.
Yeah.
The accent is very good. It sounds just
Very.
how Dustin Hoffman does it.
Thank you. I've never done a Southern woman before, so
Well, there you go. You can say I can do a Southern woman when you're applying for jobs.
on my acting resume as of tonight, you know.
Make a voice reel and do a Southern woman voice reel.
Yeah.
I do
For
find it
sure.
funny though that like the only reason that he even went Southern, there was a note about it in the script, but they weren't sure if they liked it or not. And it was just because his voice naturally fell into a more feminine pitch when he did the accent. She was originally supposed to have just like a higher version of his, and he couldn't get the voice right. And then he's like, he did Southern, all of a sudden it was just this like soft, dulcet antebellum. It was very pretty. So
All right.
Oh,
I will
oh,
try to
yeah.
do soft and
no,
You're doing
no.
great.
You're doing great.
What you're doing is
doing great.
perfect.
Yes, you're doing it.
And
Don't
should we
change.
continue doing it?
Yeah.
All of us?
Yes.
Continue,
All
yeah.
right.
Back in.
Let's- Red leather, yellow leather.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Now you're making
Frog rear bust on
dirty
3. 1, 2,
leather.
3.
She sells seashells by the seashore.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Rubber. Okay, sorry. Seriously. Go.
Vicky, whenever you're ready.
Interior, Julie's apartment night. The leftovers from dinner sit on the living room table. Julie and Amy sit on the couch opposite Dorothy, who sits at the other end of the couch. Dorothy has a cup of coffee, Julie a glass of wine.
Okay, now, are you sure that Nurse Charles, your line?
When you grow up the way I did, an orphan, raised by a sister 16 years older, you have very few illusions. What an odd word.
It's a typo. It's illusion.
Thank you. That did not make sense. I don't know why all my lines sound like subtitles from a shit movie.
Maybe they are. Listen, try answering as though you were surprised.
What do you mean?
No matter what I say, you answer with the line, "Why do you drink so much?"
When you grow up the way I did, an orphan, raised by a sister 16 years older, you have very few illusions. It works. Thanks, Dorothy.
Both Julie and Dorothy put down their scripts.
Now, why do you really drink so much?
It's not good for me and it's not fattening. How many things can you say that about?
You're telling me to mind my own business.
No, I'm just telling you not to worry about it. It's nice of you, but
I should mind my own business.
it's so complicated, isn't it? All of it, truthfully. Don't you find being a woman in the 80s is complicated?
Extremely.
All this role playing, confusion. Everyone seems so screwed up about who they are. You know what I wish sometimes? That just once a guy could be honest enough to walk up and say, listen, I'm confused about all this too. I could lay a big old line on you. We could do a lot of role playing, but the simple truth is I find you very interesting and I'd really like to make love with you. It's as simple as that. Wouldn't that be a relief?
Heaven. Sheer heaven.
Amy has fallen asleep. Julie picks her up gently and kisses her.
I never get enough time with her. She insists on being awake in the day and sleeping at night. The nerve, huh? I'll tell you something, though. I'm crazy about her. Isn't Mommy crazy about you? She's the only absolutely straight person I know, except maybe my father. And in a way, you know what? He lives me a little too. I can recognize the signs. There is absolutely no BS with this child. Ron was supposed to be here last night. I had dinner ready. He never showed up. Claimed he completely forgot about it. Do you suppose that could be true?
Oh God. What time is it?
10:30.
I've got to go. Forgive me for rushing off. Thank you for dinner.
Interior taxi, Dorothy Knight. Pulling off false nails, ripping off eyelashes.
Have a bad night, lady.
Interior Michael's apartment, Dorothy Knight. Running around, pulling off her wig, transforming herself into Michael. Interior Sandy's apartment, Night. A sober Sandy opens her front door to reveal Mikey meekly holding an ice cream bag.
Sorry, I'm late. I was shampooing my hair and I got soap in my eyes. I couldn't see anything. And on top of it, I wanted to see. Wait, where do we go? I
I
couldn't.
moved. Sorry.
And on top of it, off of what I wanted to get your favorite flavor, and finally did, but then I had to go to 5 stores before I found it. Chocolate chip. Wait, chocolate chip.
Michael, I saw her.
Sandy moves away, stops by table, her back to Michael.
Who?
When you were so late, I stopped by your apartment. I waited outside and I saw that fat woman going into your place.
Fat woman?
The one in the raincoat.
Oh, that woman. That's who Jeff is helping with the play. I didn't know what you were talking about. You really think she's fat?
I mean, it was dark in the stairway, but she looked big. And since when does Jeff start collaborating on his plays?
She's an old friend, like an excellent typist, 100 words a minute. Sandy, listen, I am not having an affair with the woman who went into my apartment. It's impossible.
Michael sits down.
Really?
Really? Besides, if I was, I would tell you.
I'm always doing this. I'm always making problems. I force you to come over here. I make you feel guilty. And now I feel guilty. And I'm sorry.
Sandy, don't do this. Don't apologize because I'm 3 hours late. You should be furious.
You've been so great to me. You were terrific about the audition for the soap. It's that soap. By the way, did you see the absolute cow that they hired?
Cow?
I guess they just went in a different direction. I mean, she's just awful.
I heard she was pretty good.
Oh, baloney. She's supposed to be the head of the hospital. Remember how you said she's supposed to be tough? She's not tough. She's a wimp.
Maybe it's the lines. I mean, after all, she doesn't make up her lines.
Well, maybe she should. I mean, they couldn't get any worse. Are you hungry?
No. Yes.
I'll get you some meatloaf. I mean, it's burnt, but
Sandy moves to the kitchen. Camera pushes into Michael.
A wimp?
Interior studio, Dorothy and patient. Taping. The female patient is in an arm cast, sobbing.
Can't move out, Miss Kimberly. I have nowhere to go. I don't know what to do.
Dorothy looks at the teleprompter. The teleprompter shows Dorothy's line. Your husband's problem is that he feels worthless without a job. You must try and understand that. Perhaps you should get some therapy. Interior control room, all. Watching monitor.
Don't lie there cringing and telling me your husband beats you and that you can't move out. Miss Mallory, why should you move out? It's your house too. You know what I'd do? If somebody did that to me, if they came around again, I'd pick the biggest thing I could find and I'd bash their brains in.
But I can't afford therapy, Miss Kimberly.
Who said anything about therapy?
Ron, cut it.
And cut. Stop tape.
All talking at once.
Her line was supposed to be your husband's problem is that he feels.
May I say, in my defense, Miss Marshall, that to tell someone who has 2 children, a broken arm, and a punch in the face, and no money to move out of her own house into a welfare shelter, in order to get therapy, is a lot of horseshit. Excuse me, I wouldn't do that. Would you?
I can't act with this.
Oh, shut up.
Ron,
Close on a desk. Hundreds of envelopes hitting desktop. Interior stealth photography studio day. Montage of Dorothy posing for Greg Gorman, the fashion photographer. Dorothy wearing a red sequin gown, posing in front of the American flag. Dorothy posing in a black evening gown. Dorothy posing in a fur coat worn over the black evening gown, and fan works nearby to create a wind effect. Dorothy poses holding a crystal ball, wearing a sheer gold outfit with a black scarf draped around her head and shoulders. Wearing the same gold outfit and scarf, Dorothy poses lying down. Dorothy poses with Andy Warhol. She wears the fur coat. Dorothy, wearing the ballet outfit, does dancing poses, moving rapidly as Greg follows her, snapping photos. Dorothy poses in a cowgirl outfit, doing Western moves as Greg moves about taking photos, intercut with insert shot, strobe light, umbrella flashes go off, and Greg, using Hasselblad tripod, directs off-screen Dorothy as he takes photos. Interior day. People sitting watching television on the tube. We see Dorothy being interviewed by Jean Shalit.
So, what kind of career did you have before you hit the big time?
Well, I was with Margot Jones, a theater in Dallas.
Exterior suburban supermarket mall cast. April, Dorothy, Julie, Van Horn, a doctor, and a nurse are signing autographs. A warm sense of camaraderie between Julie and Dorothy as Les gets a cup of coffee and brings it to Dorothy. Interior control room, all taping. On monitors, a sobbing Julie speaks to Dorothy in an office set.
It's partially my fault, Miss Kimberly. I know I'm pretty and I use it. I shouldn't have gone to Dr. Brewster's office that late.
Well, Dr. Brewster has tried to seduce several nurses in this ward, always complaining to be in the throes of an uncontrollable impulse. Well, I think it's going to give every nurse on this floor an electric kettle prod and instruct them to zap him you know where. Let's see if that doesn't help him control those impulses. What do you think?
Cattle prod?
Interior, Sandy's apartment night. She's on the telephone to Michael.
So, I was thinking in the scene where I first stepped back into the house that I would close my eyes just for the first moment, almost like I was in church. What do you think? Michael?
Interior loft, Michael, night. Holding up pictures of himself from soap magazines, Jeff watches curiously.
Oh, good, Sandy.
Exterior, 57th Street, George and Michael walking, day.
All I'm saying is that I am Dorothy. In other words, Dorothy is me, and I am Dorothy.
No, you're acting, Dorothy.
It's the same thing. There's a woman in me that...
Let's not get carried away.
Why can't you get me a special? Why can't you get me a special where I can do Dorothy singing?
Special?
I could do some monologues. I feel like I have something meaningful to say to women. That's all.
Listen to me, Michael. You have nothing to say to women.
That's not true, man. I've been unemployed actor for 20 years. I know what it's like to feel oppressed, to sit down on the phone waiting for it to ring, and everybody else makes the decision in your life. You finally get the job. The producers, the directors all have control. I got the zip. I got a zip. If I can impart that information, that experience onto other women like me.
Now listen to me, Michael. There are no other women like you. You're a man.
Yes, but you don't understand. I'm also an actress.
I don't think we should argue about this. What are we arguing about?
Potentially a great actress. I can do Medea. I could do Lady Macbeth. I could I could do the most wonderful Ophelia. I could do Juliet. Why don't you get your writers to write for me? And I could do the Eleanor Roosevelt story.
I got a terrific idea. Okay.
What?
Phil Wentrop's spring party is Friday night. Let's go. We'll get drunk. We'll have some laughs. We'll forget all about this, okay? Come on, huh?
You've never invited me to a party before.
You were never a celebrity before.
So what does that mean? I have to come as Dorothy?
Come as Michael, come as Dorothy. Just don't come as Jane Fonda, because Phil's conservative. He hates her politics.
I'll come as Dorothy.
Come as Michael. I mean it.
They enter the Russian tea room. Interior penthouse apartment night. A party in session. Someone like Bobby Short at the piano. The camera pulls back from the piano and pans to find Michael and Sandy entering the foyer. As George heads towards them with Phil Weintraub.
Michael, I want you to meet somebody. This is Michael Dorsey and...
This is Sandy Lester. She's a terrific actress.
Dorothy Michaels isn't coming, huh?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. She wanted to, but she couldn't.
You know, this is the best producer in American theater today.
Thank you.
You two ought to have lunch.
Nice seeing you again. Phil moves off.
Muted?
Again, I never saw him in the...
Sorry.
Again, I never saw him in the first place.
Please, Michael, not tonight.
You got to get her a job. If the guy's doing anything.
Michael, everybody's here. Hey, Nadia.
George moves off.
Michael, I can't stay at this party.
Come on, get in here. Stand straight. Act like you know people.
Camera follows as Michael leads Sandy to the bar.
What do you want to drink?
Just give me a double champagne.
Sandy looks towards the next room where the food is.
So what is this, like serve yourself here?
Sandy goes into the food-filled room. Michael moves closer to the bar.
Yes, sir.
Michael hears a laugh in living room, glances toward it, then looks back at bartender.
Give me two.
Michael looks back into the living room, sees Ron and Julie. Michael stares.
Two of what?
Of anything.
Ron asks Julie if she wants a drink, then heads towards the bar. Upon seeing Ron approaching, Michael turns back to bartender.
What are you talking about?
Champagne.
Oh, champagne.
Ron walks up, stands next to a good-looking girl.
Hi.
Vodka on the rocks.
Michael listens as Suzanne and Ron talk, sees past them to Julie and Phil.
You don't remember me, do you?
Sure I do. When was it?
Last summer at your office.
All right, at my office. What's your name?
Suzanne Bonchak.
Right, Suzanne. Yeah, you got a light?
And no, I don't smoke.
Anybody got a light?
Sure.
Michael lights a match, lights Ron's cigarette.
Thanks. I remember now, you're a good actress.
Thanks.
Michael heads away from the bar carrying two champagnes.
Twist? Oh, yeah.
Sandy, in the meantime, is going around the food table and filling her purse. In the living room, Julie and Phil talk. This is all to be intercut with the above. And I'd love to have you read the script. I think you'd be perfect for it.
Send it to Pamela Grade. She's my agent.
There's a lot of interest over at Paramount. I'll know after the first.
I'll read it after the first.
Julie continues towards Terrace, stops for hello, kiss from Joel Spector, and Phil follows her. Actually, I'm not that happy with the script. I'm having a rewrite done. I'd love to tell you some of the changes. Maybe we could have dinner.
Call Pamela. She handles me for dinner.
And she moves out onto the terrace. Exterior terrace, Julie night. Alone, drink in hand, looking at the spectacular view, Michael appears, leans on the rail next to her.
Hi, my name is Michael Dorsey.
Uh-huh.
Great view, huh?
Julie sips her drink.
Only Phil could afford that many lights.
Julie stares straight ahead.
Can I tell you something?
Have I got a choice?
You know, I could lay a big line on you, but the simple truth is I find you very attractive. And I'd really like to go to bed with you.
Julie turns and hurls her drink into his face. Close, Michael, as the drink runs down his face.
You
Close,
arrogant,
Julie.
fraudulent cheat. I understand who you really are.
Pull back to see we are in the studio, taping a confrontation between Julie and Van Horn. April is cowering in a corner.
I'll no longer submit to your petty insults, your humiliations. It isn't necessary now that Emily Kimberly is here, now that someone who sees the truth is your equal. I've filed formal charges against you with the AMA, doctor. You'll be notified tomorrow.
A musical sting. Mel's voice comes over the PA. Cut.
Gosh, Julie, that was great.
Lovely job, Julie. First rate. You were wonderful. Thanks to my coach.
Oh, no.
Ron appears, seems disturbed at the last remark.
Okay, people. Item 17 is next. Jackie, clear the set. John, I need you. You too, Tootsie.
He starts off.
Ron,
He stops, turns.
my name is Dorothy, Ron. Not Tootsie. Not Toots, not Honey, not Sweetie, not Doll.
Oh, Christ.
No, just Dorothy. John is always John. Rick is always Rick. Mel is always Mel. I'd like to be Dorothy.
She stomps off to an adjoining set. Julie looks at Ron for a moment, then moves off after Dorothy. Interior funeral parlor set, studio day. Dorothy enters and sits disconsolately on a chair beside a coffin atop a bier. A moment and Julie enters. She stands in the doorway staring at Dorothy.
Somebody die?
The violinist.
I didn't know he was sick.
He isn't. He asked for a raise.
Oh, I'm sorry. What about what I said to Ron?
Julie moves over, sits beside Dorothy.
Don't be. Listen, what are you doing over the holiday?
Why?
Amy and I are going home. Well, upstate to my dad's farm. We do it every Easter, dye the eggs and all. It's not exactly the fast lane, but it's fun. You'll love my dad. He's your biggest fan. He watches the show as much for you as for me.
Is Ron coming?
Would that make a difference? I don't think so. He says he has to work. Look, if it makes any difference, I hate women who treat other women as stand-ins for men. It isn't that. I think we'd have a good time. I'd like you to come.
Interior, Sandy's apartment, Sandy night. On phone, eyes closed. She's surprisingly moving.
The world won't know. No one will ever know. But maybe it's enough that you and I do. No matter what happens, we're home, Tom. Really, really home. How did that sound? I had my eyes closed. Listen, Michael, isn't there some way we could actually, I don't know, rehearse this together?
Interior loft, Michael and Jeff night. Michael is scurrying around, throwing things into a suitcase. The phone propped to his ear. Jeff watches, pantomiming suicide motions.
We will, Sandy, right after the weekend. This time I'm going to do this careful. I'm not going to get up too soon. I can't afford another relapse. I better save my voice now. I'll call you Monday.
He hangs up.
You can't do this. Stop packing and listen to me.
In 2 weeks, I'll never have to see her again. And if I do see her, I'll be Michael Dorsey, and I'll throw a drink in, and she can throw a drink in my face.
You keep lying to Sandy like this.
It's for her own good. Look, I never told Sandy I wouldn't see other women. I just know it would hurt her if I did. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her, especially since Julie and I are just girlfriends.
God will punish you for this.
God is only that pretty in your plays.
High angle train moving through the eastern countryside. Exterior Phillips farmhouse day. A working farm. Les's pickup truck pulls up as Les helps Julie and Amy out. Dorothy goes to the rear and starts pulling out suitcases. Les hurries to her.
Hey, let me get those. Strong little thing, aren't you?
Interior farmhouse bedroom. Les, Julie, Dorothy, day. A girl's room, covered with wallpaper in a delicate pattern of rosebuds. White curtains, white canopy bed. High school banner, picture of women resembling Julie. Les puts down suitcases.
I'll put Amy in the little room next to mine. Give her a chance to be near Gramps. Unpack your stuff and we'll get growing. Onto the Easter eggs.
Am I are we sharing?
Only got 2 spare rooms, and I know you girls. No matter how far apart I put you, you'll sneak back together and spend the night giggling.
Dad still thinks I'm 12. Don't worry, I won't take up too much room.
Music up. Exterior farm montage day. A. Les drives Dorothy around on the back of a tractor, pointing out the farm. B. Les and Dorothy walking, she having trouble with her high heels. Camera tilts up to find Julie up a tree. She jumps down. C. Les showing Dorothy how to milk a cow. Amy and Julie watching and laughing. D. Les and Julie, arms over shoulders, disappear around a corner. Amy falls, gets up and runs to Dorothy. She's confused, doesn't quite know what to do. Awkwardly picks her up. He puts his arms around her neck. She slowly puts her arms around him. E. Under a lovely tree, seated on a blanket, Les is stringing a kite for Amy. Shouts, turns their head as we pan to see Julie and Dorothy seated bareback on a slow-moving old horse. They wave and shout to Les and Amy. Dorothy's arm holds tightly to Julie's waist. Interior farmhouse kitchen, Les, Julie, Dorothy, night. Easter eggs being dyed, everyone working.
I'll get up real early and hide these. You girls can get some sleep. How's your drink?
Delicious. Very mild.
Sneaks up on you. 3 or 4 and you'll start fighting the dog for his bone. I hope you're enjoying yourself.
Everything's perfect.
I'm not too used to guests around here. Why don't you girls rustle up some dinner? I'll check Amy.
Cooking montage. Julie and Dorothy, night. Music up. Shots of the girls cooking, having a good time. Dorothy staring at Julie as she moves gracefully in her own home. Dorothy tossing a salad expertly. Dining room, all night. Music continues. Julie feeding Amy, Dorothy watching. Les watching Dorothy, smiling. Amy throws some food at Dorothy. Hear voices singing and dissolves to living room, Les, Dorothy, Julie later. Dorothy plays piano and they all have drinks and sing.
It's a song by Fred Astaire. If you don't know it, it's okay.
Sing it if you know it.
That's how I want to be. So long as you agree to stay old-fashioned with me. That's beautiful, Dorothy.
It's a wonderful thing for a lady to play a piano.
My mom insisted.
Who wants another drink?
Easy now, remember Injun Joe's.
Don't you tell that story.
Daddy hangs out in this bar.
I don't hang out there.
And one night, he and Injun Joe had a few too many,
Ain't she awful?
and they thought they saw an elk. So they grabbed their 30-30s and went out in the dark to stalk it. And they finally cornered it over by Charlie's barn. They were just about to shoot it when it mooed.
All right, that's enough laughing at your old man. You know this one? For it was Mary, Mary.
Dorothy begins playing along.
Long before the fashion came, and there is something there that sounds so square. It's a grand old name.
Dorothy finishes with a rolling chord.
That was Julie's mother's name. Mary Juliet Cooper.
Ah, well, it's after midnight. Got a tough hunt for those eggs tomorrow. Want to hit the hay, as we say on the farm?
Oh, I think I'll stay up for just a teeny while. You go on.
Julie leans down and kisses Dorothy on the cheek, puts her arm around her father and kisses him.
Be good, you two.
She goes. Dorothy sits on a rocker.
Nice girl, isn't she?
Very sweet.
Les sits in another rocker. They rock back and forth.
You know, I'm kind of glad old Ron didn't come up.
I believe I am too, actually.
I know it's old-fashioned, but I don't like the idea of a man sleeping in the same room with my daughter in my own house when they're not even married.
Well, that makes two of us.
Really? I thought you'd be one of those, one of those liberators.
I'm not really the same woman as you see on the show.
Don't get me wrong, I'm all for this equal business. I think women ought to be entitled to have everything and all, etc. Except sometimes, I think they want to be entitled to be a man.
Well, give them an inch.
Can I get you another drink?
No. I must keep my wits about me tonight.
Tonight?
Always. I always must keep my wits about me.
I can remember years ago there was none of this talk about what a woman was, what a man was. You just were what you were. Now there's all these experiments to find out how much you should be like the sex you're not, so we can all be more the same. And I'm sorry, but we're just not, Nothing on this earth is, not a farm, that's for sure. You just take a walk around here and you'll see bucks are bucks. Roosters don't try to lay eggs. I mean, I look at you and hell, you could put a suit on and call yourself Harold and I'd still know you were a female. Maybe it comes from being close to the natural order of things, but an old rooster like me can always recognize who the hens are. You know what I mean?
He puts his hand gently over hers. She glances down.
Yes, I think I do.
Doesn't it all really boil down to just who you are as a person? Not what kind of man or what kind of woman, just what kind of person.
I think you put it very well.
Les is delighted with her approval. He nods at an old wedding photo, crosses to it.
My wife and I were married 18 years. People got it all wrong, They say the most important thing is your health. I can lift this house off the ground, but what does it mean? Being with someone, sharing, that's what it's all about. Julie tells me you're not married.
No.
Sure you won't have another drink?
No. I really think it's that time.
She rises.
Say, thanks for staying up and talking.
It was a pleasure. Good night.
Interior, Julie's room, night. Julie seems asleep as Dorothy carefully comes in, takes a flannel nightgown off a hook, and toes towards a bathroom. Interior bathroom, night. Dorothy changes wigs, puts on one with curlers in it. Interior, Julie's room, Julie and Dorothy, as Dorothy ever so carefully climbs into bed with Julie, sighs and closes her eyes.
Daddy's a little out of touch, isn't he?
He's a nice man.
He sees things pretty simply. You're either happy or unhappy, married or not married. There's nothing in between. I've tried to get him to take out women, but since Mother died.
She trails off.
She must have been a very nice woman.
Oh, I guess so. I don't remember her very well. I remember little scenes with her, but they're like scenes from a movie. I remember her helping me pick this wallpaper. I picked one with great big purple flowers, and she said, "You've got to remember that once you pick it, it's going to cover the walls of your room for a long, long time." And I tried to imagine how those purple flowers would look on all the walls of my room at night when I was going to sleep. And in the morning when I was getting dressed. And I said, "Which would you choose, Ma?" And she said, "The little rosebuds and daisies." Because daisies are such homey flowers, and rosebuds are always cheery and waiting to bloom.
That's very pretty. She made the right choice.
Oh, I made so many plans looking at this wallpaper. Oh, I kept waiting for the rosebuds to open.
Dorothy reaches over and strokes her hair.
That's nice. My mother did that too, sometimes. I remember that.
Exterior farmhouse swings, late dusk. Julie and Dorothy sit opposite each other on the swings. Julie holds Amy. Dorothy sings to Amy.
Isn't she cute?
How come you never had any children, Dorothy?
You know, when I was younger, I didn't have any bows. So I put all my energy into acting.
What about now?
Now, well, I have a hunch that it's a little late in the day, you know. I never thought about this before, but I'm really sorry I never had a chance to carry a baby. You know, give birth. What about you? Do you think you're gonna have some more?
I always wanted to have a lot of them.
Well, why don't you?
If I met the right guy.
I have a hunch he's closer than you think.
Muted.
Les leans in
Ricky.
towards the sweater, carrying a sweater. That's cool.
Do you know something I don't know?
Ron is on the phone. Oh, sorry.
Ron is on the phone, sweetheart.
Come on, Mama's little blue-eyed girl.
Muted. Vicky.
Sorry. Les climbs onto swings, starts to put sweater on Dorothy's shoulders.
You're not going, are you? You know, it's chilly out there.
Les, sitting next to Dorothy, leans back.
Oh, look at that little dipper out there.
That's the Big Dipper coming out.
Yes, oh, so it is. I get them mixed up.
The Big Dipper has a long handle.
Dorothy continues to stare up at the stars. Exterior countryside, high-angle day. The train going in reverse direction back to New York. Interior studio, green room day. Cast members relax, one memorizing lines. Dorothy and Van Horn sit on a sofa holding scripts. A TV monitor shows crew activity on the floor. Ron talking to Julie.
It says cool, but wouldn't it be better if I was angry? Isn't that a better way to play it?
He has obviously become a convert.
Why don't we try it that way?
April enters holding a wrapped candy box.
This just came to our dressing room for you.
April hands her a large heart-shaped box of candy.
I think it's from Julie's father, but don't you dare eat any. I don't want you to ruin that cute figure of yours.
What a thoughtless present to send a woman. Chocolates?
Interior Rita's office day. Rita is mid-conversation with Michael.
We're getting 2,000 pieces of mail a week. We've picked up 3 share points, and it's largely due to you. There are 3 kinds of women in daytime drama: brainless bimbos, long-suffering bores, and cartoon dragon ladies. You're the first woman character who is her own person and can assert her own personality without robbing someone of theirs. You've got an enormous career ahead of you.
Well,
Do you know that already more people watch you every day than ever see a Barbara Streisand movie?
we're different types.
You're a breakthrough lady for us. We're picking up your option. You'll be with us for another year. Congratulations.
Interior George Field's office. Close on George.
I can't get you out of it. There's no out of it. It's a one-way option. Theirs.
Intercut Dorothy on phone at studio.
Who the hell gave them that?
You did. You signed a standard contract.
Jesus.
They're willing to pay. You're going from 400 to $650 an episode.
The violinist gets 1,000. Until he died.
The violinist was a man.
I don't care how much they pay. I'm not doing it.
You have no choice.
I can tell them.
Tell them what? That you deliberately put an entire network on the spot? That you've been making a schmuck out of millions of women every day? They'll kill you. My secretary wants to be like Dorothy Michaels. I'm going to fire her. We're talking major fraud here, Michael. And what about me? You think anyone will believe I wasn't in on this? You can't tell, Michael. You're going to have to find a way to do it.
Interior loft late day. A prostrate Michael is in his darkened room, a wet towel pressed to his forehead. Jeff tiptoes in with a glass of water. Michael picks up a handful of pills.
Can you take that mini Valium?
We'll see.
The phone rings. It is answered by the machine. Michael turns to switch to monitor. We hear,
Dorothy, it's Julie. There's sort of an emergency. If you get a chance, please call.
Interior Julie's apartment night. Dorothy is being led into the living room by Julie.
Are you sure you want to do this?
No, but I'm going to. I've been fooling myself about Ron for too long. I guess I really wanted you here for moral support, although I actually did fire Mrs. Crowley today. You want a drink?
I'm not breaking up with Ron.
I'd buy tickets to that. You have influenced me, though. I've been seeing Ron through your eyes lately.
Julie, I don't want to be responsible for...
Why not? Why shouldn't you influence me? You wouldn't compromise your feelings the way I have. You wouldn't live this kind of a lie, would you?
Well, I mean...
You're right. And I've always known it. I don't have to settle for this. I think I'm entitled to something better. But I've been too scared or too lazy to do something.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
So what? I'll live. Maybe not happily, but honestly. That's what you'd say, isn't it?
No, you mustn't idolize me. Honestly, it in many ways a relative term.
Listen, if my dad calls, don't tell him anything is wrong. He's coming in tonight. I'm sure he wants to see you.
Me?
The doorbell rings. Julie starts.
That's wrong. Oh, God bless you, Dorothy. Wish me luck.
Julie kisses Dorothy.
Good luck.
Oh, I feel that little mustache is coming through. Maybe you should put some makeup on it.
Julie heads to the door as Dorothy turns around to watch and then takes out some makeup to do a quick touch-up on her mustache. As Julie arrives at the door, opens it, Ron steps in, pecks Julie on the cheek, sees Dorothy.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, Dorothy's going to babysit Amy. I'll be just a minute.
She disappears into Amy's room. Ron heads towards the living room.
Hi, honey. You don't mind if I call you honey when we're not working, do you? You don't like me, do you? I can respect that. But I've rarely met a woman that I couldn't make like me. Why don't you like me?
I don't like you because of the way you treat Julia.
Oh?
You patronize her, you lie to her, you deceive her.
What does that mean? I know what it means. Look, Dorothy, I've never told Julie we were exclusive. I never said I wouldn't see other women. I just know she just doesn't want me to see other women. So I lied to her to keep from hurting her feelings.
How convenient for you.
Look, at it from my side. If a woman wants me to seduce her, I usually do. Then she acts like I've promised her something. So I act like I've promised her something. In the end, I'm the one who's being exploited.
That's bullshit, Ron. I understand you a lot better than you think I do, mister.
Really? Well,
Julie reappears as she puts on her coat.
I'm ready.
Julie's ready.
Julie and Ron start towards the door.
See ya, Tootsie.
She never wakes up. In case she does, give her some of that applesauce in the fridge. Are you sure you're going to be all right?
Don't be silly. How much trouble can a baby really be?
Julie and Ron leave, closing the door behind them. Interior Julie's bathroom night. Dorothy, towel around neck, is shaving. Interior Julie's bathroom night. Camera tilts up from cosmetics to Dorothy as she fixes her lipstick. Here's Amy crying, stares, frozen in horror. Interior Amy's bedroom night. Camera pulls back from the crying Amy in crib as lights go on and Dorothy goes to crib.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Here's your Aunt Dorothy. It's okay. Are you wet? It's Uncle Dorothy. Uncle Dorothy.
Amy continues to cry. Interior Amy's bedroom later. Sitting on floor encircled by all of Amy's toys, Dorothy jiggles toys at her, makes happy faces. Amy continues to cry. Interior living room later. Dorothy jogging around the room in her high heels, holding Amy as she continues to cry. She jogs from the living room to the foyer toward the bedroom. Interior kitchen later. Dorothy feeding Amy applesauce. They are both covered with it. Amy still cries. Dorothy is hit by food that Amy throws back. Interior bathroom later. Dorothy tries to clean her blouse and hair while talking to Amy, whom she has placed in the sink. Interior living room later. Dorothy sits with Amy on her lap and uses the toys on the table to try to get Amy to fall asleep. Nothing seems to work. Interior Amy's bedroom later. Amy plays amid toys on the floor. Camera pulls back to reveal Dorothy asleep in the corner. Dorothy wakes up at the start to noise, gets up and begins to pick up Amy. Interior Julie's living room night. The door opens and Julie enters. Locking it behind her, she crosses through the foyer, putting down her keys and beginning to take her coat off.
Dorothy?
I'll be right there.
Julie puts her pocketbook and coat down on a chair as Dorothy comes out of Amy's room and joins her.
How's Amy? Was she any trouble?
Not at all. She was an angel. Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm just going to check on her.
Julie goes to peek in on Amy, then closes Amy's door.
She's sound asleep.
Julie goes to the sofa and then sits down. Dorothy looks at her for a moment, then heads towards her, stopping at the coffee table.
Are you sure you're all right?
No, I'm not sure. Who am I going to have dinner with? I hate myself for being like this.
Dorothy goes and sits down next to Julie.
You know, it's funny. And don't take this the wrong way. But since I've met you, I'm so grateful to have you as a friend. And at the same time, I feel lonelier than I ever have. As if I want something I can never have. You know what I mean? Do you?
They stare at each other's eyes. Dorothy begins to move towards Julie's lips, coming closer and closer. Julie jumps up from the couch. Dorothy falls as parts of the couch separate.
Dorothy!
Julia, please don't. You don't understand.
Please don't say anything.
But there's a reason.
I understand the reason.
No. That the reason's not that reason. I'm not the person you think I am.
Nobody is. Listen, it's me.
No. It's me.
No, it's me. I'm just not well adjusted enough to. I mean, I'm sure I have the same impulses. Obviously I did have the same impulse, but
No. Don't jump to conclusions about the impulses. The impulses, that is a good impulse. If you could just see me out of my clothes.
no!
The phone rings. Julie jumps up.
Oh my God, it's my father. You've got to tell him.
Tell him what?
Julie, having backed up, reaches down to pick up the phone. She picks up a plastic corn cob instead, holds it to her ear.
That won't answer.
Julie puts down the corn cob, picks up the receiver.
Hello? Hi, Dad. Oh, fine. I'm here with Dorothy. Oh, Daddy, I'm sorry. I can't, but... Oh, just a sec. Please, you've got to see him.
No, I can't.
I don't care what you tell him, but don't lead him on.
No, I can't do that.
You have to let him down gently. You owe me that.
Dorothy unhappily takes the phone.
Hello, Les. I'm fine. How are you? Tonight?
Dorothy signals no's to Julie, who continues to signal yeses in return. Exterior street night. Dorothy walks disconsolately. She passes the marquee of a Holiday Inn. A sweet-faced, eager-looking salesman, dressed like a salesman, pencils in his suit jacket, notices her. Well, good evening. Would you like to keep a lonely guy company?
Take a hike, shithead.
Interior Copacabana dance floor night. Camera pulls back from band to reveal people dancing the samba. Les and Dorothy, seated at a table, are having their order taken by a waiter.
What would you like to have?
Just plain water.
Bourbon and one water.
Oh, on second thought, straight scotch.
Scotch and bourbon.
The waiter exits. Les reacts to the music.
Oh, this dance. It's my favorite. Come on.
Les pulls a protesting Dorothy to her feet and leads her onto the dance floor. They begin to dance. Dorothy is confused as Les executes a dazzling bit of footwork.
You're so good.
My wife and I took a course.
They continue dancing. A middle-aged couple dances up.
Emily, we love you. You're wonderful.
The couple dances by. They continue, Dorothy having a tough time.
I'm sorry.
No, I forget you're on your own feet all day. Let's go sit down.
They head toward their seats. Dorothy ahead of Les. Their table. Les and Dorothy go to the table. He helps her to sit. Drinks are waiting.
I'm sure happy you could come out tonight. I know you usually have a lot of lines to learn.
Les, I think there's something I'd better say.
There's something I want to say too. Wouldn't it be funny if we both wanted to say the same thing?
Oh, it would be hilarious. But I don't think I have to say, what I have to say is what you have to say.
Mine's pretty simple. I'm not good with words. I'm not quite sure how to start. You ever buy a real good pair of boots?
Boots?
Work boots. If you get the right pair, and after you work in them real good, they feel just as much as part of your own feet. If you know what I mean. It's a lot like with people. Boots, you know, how comfortable they make you feel, how they hold up over the years. I don't know what I'm going on about shoes and feet. I only took 2 pictures in my whole life. My high school graduation and my wedding. My wife was standing next to me in both of them. I never thought I'd want anybody to fill her place. I never thought there could be another woman that gave me the same feeling. That all changed last weekend.
Les.
Let me finish. I got to do this in one go or I'll never get through it. I know this sorta quick, but that's how I am. Never did believe in not getting down to it. I'd like you to be my wife.
He opens a ring box, revealing a small diamond ring.
Don't say anything now. I know it's fast, so take some time to get used to it. And if the answer's no, well, at least I feel you took me seriously enough to think it over.
Will you forgive me? I feel faint.
Well, if you're not the goddarnest most feminine little thing I've met in my whole life, come on, I'll take you home.
Would you mind terribly? I just need to be alone. I'd like to start thinking it over as soon as possible.
And she dashes away from the table. Interior corridor, restrooms night. Marked ladies and gentlemen. A distressed Dorothy enters the one marked gentleman. A beat, and then she reappears and enters the ladies. Another beat, and then the middle-aged man pokes his head out, baffled. Exterior street, outside loft night. A cab pulls up and Dorothy drags herself out.
Van Horn. Dorothy?
I'm back. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Dorothy whirls around. John Van Horn stands in a shadow.
This is a nightmare.
Don't be angry. I just had to talk to you.
How do you know where I live?
I followed you home last week. I didn't have the courage to talk to you on the phone without seeing your face. May I come up for a drink?
I have a terrible headache. Please, some other time. Good night, John.
She goes in. Van Horn watches the building until a light goes on in the loft. And then, in a surprisingly good baritone, he bursts into a loud song.
I don't know if I can do a baritone. I'll try.
Sure.
I'll know when my love comes along. I'll know then and there.
Interior loft apartment, Dorothy. As Van Horn's voice floats up to her, she runs to the window and opens it. Exterior loft, windows are beginning to open. A few people gather.
On some fly-by-night Broadway romance, and I'll stop and I'll stare at that face in the throng.
Shh. I'll buzz you in.
Interior loft, Dorothy and John, as Dorothy lets him in.
Just anything alcoholic will do. One drink and I'll be on my way. That's a nice mirror.
Thank you. Here, now, what is it that couldn't wait, John?
Dorothy, I'm an untalented has-been.
Were you ever famous?
No.
Then how can you be a has-been?
I love the way you don't let me get away with anything. Dorothy, I want you.
Pardon?
I have never wanted a woman this much.
Thanks, Petra. Hell yeah.
It's not that. It's just I'm a woman reading a man. You're a man reading a woman and a man. It's
Yeah. No, this is kinky. Please, perhaps some other time.
Don't turn me away. It will kill me.
John, really, it's not you. I'm just not interested in getting involved in anything now emotionally.
Then I'll take straight sex.
John, I don't want to hurt you.
I don't mind.
They struggle. John trying to cover her mouth with kisses. The door opens and Jeff walks in. John pulls away, straightening. There is a terrible silence.
Jeff Thomas, John Van Horn.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'll be going.
I hope I haven't.
No, I hope I haven't. I just want you to know, Jeff, for the record, that nothing happened here tonight.
Thank you, John.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I didn't understand. I'm really sorry.
He rushes out. Jeff whirls on Michael.
You slut.
Knock it off. I don't know what you don't know the kind of night I had.
I was young once. I can imagine.
Look at this. I can't even get my nails off. Dude, my life is becoming a horror show.
How'd he get in here?
What do you mean? How do you get in? He was singing.
Was he a good singer?
Oh my God. It's him again. Not tell him I'm crying in the bedroom. No. Don't answer.
Michael?
Michael and Jeff panic. It's Sandy's fly back and forth.
What should I do?
Go into the bedroom and get out of this stuff.
Oh my God. She can't see me like this. Tell her something.
Michael runs into his bedroom.
Michael, I can hear you and Jeff talking, so at least do me the courtesy of telling me you don't want to see me.
Sandy, is that you? What time is it? I was having a nightmare and you were in it. Let me get a robe. I'm not dressed. Michael's taking a shower. Oh, Michael, Sandy's here.
Jeff runs to his room. Just after Jeff goes into his room, Michael, now out of dress and taking pins out of his hair, runs in and circles table, grabbing wig and purse. Michael runs back to his room as Jeff runs in, now with shirt off, circles table to grab Dorothy's glasses and coat and putting her nails into the sugar bowl, then runs back to his room as Michael runs in, now braless, grabs rings and earrings, circles table.
Where's my nails? Where is my nails?
In the sugar bowl.
Michael grabs a sugar bowl and runs to his room as Jeff, wrapping a sarong around himself, strides quickly to the door.
The door was open.
You must think I'm really stupid.
No one would call you stupid to your face.
Sounded like you were having a party going on in here. I was out there knocking for 10 minutes. Didn't you hear me?
Yeah, well, Michael was in the shower.
Michael enters in robe, drying hair with a towel.
Hey, Sandy, sorry. I was taking a shower.
He was in the shower.
I was in the shower.
Good shower?
Good shower.
Michael, why haven't you returned my calls?
Since I'm awake, I'm going to do some writing.
Jeff leaves, going to his bedroom.
Don't go away. I got a present for you.
Michael runs to his briefcase, leaving Sandy standing alone.
Pigs.
Michael returns from his room, carrying the box of chocolates Les sent.
I've been waiting to give these to you.
I'm sorry, is this supposed to mean nothing's wrong?
Well, isn't it? Is it? It isn't, is it?
I've called you all week. You never called me back. I would like to talk to you about the play. I would just like to talk to you.
It's my machine. It's screwed up. I gotta change it. Here. I went to 6 different stores.
Candy, Michael. Oh, a card.
She takes the card off the box. Michael starts toward her, reaching for it.
Well, don't read that. I was very angry when I wrote it.
Thank you for the lovely night in front of the fire. Missing you less. This isn't even for me. This is some other girl's candy.
No, it isn't. I swear. I wasn't gonna give that to another girl's candy. I wasn't gonna give you another girl's candy.
Well, then whose candy is it?
Mine.
Some guy named Les is sending you candy?
Yes. He's a friend of mine. He can't eat it. He's a diabetic.
Why is he thanking you for a lovely night by the fire?
My mind's gone blank.
Michael, are you gay?
In what sense?
Oh, Michael, don't lie to me. Just be honest with me. Give it to me straight for once in your life. It is so demeaning to listen to all these little stories. No matter how bad the truth is, it doesn't tear you up like dishonesty. It leaves you with some dignity and some self-respect.
You're right. I'm not gonna lie to you anymore. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm in love with another woman.
Sandy stops. She gives a blood-curdling scream. Michael lowers his head to the table. Interior Jeff's bedroom. He sits at a desk, carefully correcting his play. At the sound of Sandy's scream, his pencil breaks. Interior living room. Michael racing around, closing the windows as Sandy continues to scream on what seems like one endless breath.
You can talk.
Keep going. Let's draw that one out.
You're supposed to be talking while I do this, dude. Come on.
I'm really surprised you're taking it this way. I mean, I never said that I was in love with you. We went to bed once, Sandy. Stop it. I'm grateful. You're the one of my dearest friends. I'm going nuts. If I couldn't know you were here, who could I call? Who could I call up and talk to you? But we're not in love. If we keep pretending we are, we're gonna risk losing what we have.
She sits silently for a moment.
Are you okay?
No, why should I feel okay?
Well, I thought you asked me to be straight.
Yes, but I didn't say I'd feel okay. I feel awful.
Well, what can I do? Can I do anything for you?
No, I'm just going to have to feel awful until I don't. And you're just going to have to know that you made me feel that way.
What about the play?
I wouldn't allow personal despair to interfere with a professional commitment.
Are we still friends?
No, I don't take shit like this from my friends, only from lovers.
She slams the door. Interior George Field's living room night. A rumpled George sits at his desk in a bathrobe, sipping vodka. Michael paces the room.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Can't this wait?
No, I don't care what time it is. You got 10 days to get me out of that show. I want out.
I can't do it.
Then I'm going to get a new agent. I mean it.
What are you talking about? Michael, I stayed with you when nobody else would. Through all the bad times. I'm your friend.
You're not a friend. You're an agent. There's a difference.
Don't say that. That hurts my feelings.
I'm sorry, man.
What's happening?
She thinks I'm gay, George. I told her about Julia, and she actually thinks I'm gay.
Julie thinks you're gay?
No, my friend Sandy.
Well, it's easy. Sleep with her. She'll know you're straight.
I slept with her once. She still thinks I'm gay.
Ooh, that's not good.
George, I've got to go back into my life. You got wall-to-wall lawyers in your office. There's got to be some way to get me out of that show.
Michael, we've gone through this a million times.
What if I died? What if Dorothy had an accident? What if Dorothy died?
Michael sits down.
Sure, that's fine. You go kill somebody and bring me the stiff, but better look like you. That network doesn't miss a trick.
These are nice people, George. Good people. I mean, I don't, if I didn't love Julie before, she looked so vulnerable when she thought I was a lesbian, trying to take the blame, try to take the blame herself.
Wait a minute. Lesbian? I thought you just said gay.
Sandy thinks I'm gay. Julia thinks I'm a lesbian.
I always thought Dorothy was straight.
Dorothy is straight. And then Les, the sweetest, nicest guy in the world, asked me to marry him tonight.
A guy named Les wants to marry you?
Not me. Dorothy.
Does he know she's a lesbian?
Dorothy's not a lesbian.
I know that, but does he know that?
Know what?
I don't know what I mean.
He gave me a ring, a diamond.
God, what did you say?
What could I say? I told him I had to think it over.
Michael, do you feel all right?
George, I just can't keep doing this. I can't. I mean, do you even have a man? I mean, a man. Look, you in the eyes and tell you he cares about you as much as he cared for his wife, who he loved with all his heart. That never happened to you, George. You don't have any idea what that feels like.
Michael, what's happened to you? Since when do you care about everybody else's feelings?
I don't care about anybody else's feelings. I care about me, and I can't stand hurting anybody anymore.
How many carrots?
I don't know how many carrots. I gotta. Oh wait, I gotta find a way out.
Michael starts towards the door.
Wait. You're kidding about finding another agent.
I don't know. I've been talking with people at the studio. I heard something about representation on the coast.
This is a coast too, Michael. New York's a coast too, remember?
Look, I can't think right now. Just give me a ring next week. Maybe we'll have lunch.
Michael heads towards the door. Interior control room, close on monitor, day. April is just finishing her speech.
And since he's been on probation and joined his therapy group, he's a completely new man, aren't you, Dr. Brewster?
And cut.
Interior studio, Brewster's office. April, Van Horn, and Dorothy relax as the scene ends. Beyond the set, we see Rita on the phone.
Short break, people. We'll block item 37 next.
They begin to move out of the set. In BG, Rita has hung up the phone.
Hold it, everybody. Ron, Alfred, slight change in plans.
Julie enters, coat on, hair in curlers, and crosses through towards her dressing room. A subdued Dorothy watches her during the following.
Our future X-tape editor has just spilled a bottle of celery tonic on the second reel of the show airing today. We're going to have to do the party again live.
Groans all round.
Quick like bunnies. We've got about 26 minutes to get into wardrobe and reset.
Rita?
Don't worry, John. You've only got a few lines.
I don't see why we can't use the tape. Just because it's a little sticky.
Interior dressing room, corridor, Dave. Dorothy in party dress comes out of her dressing room, holding a small gift wrap package, and knocks at Julie's dressing room. Julie opens the door. There's a moment of tension. Dorothy hands her the gift.
No, I can't.
It's for Amy.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a Rubik's Cube.
Oh.
About the other night. I don't know how to say this.
Don't. Please don't say anything. Listen, I wouldn't be honest if I didn't tell you how much you've meant to me these past few weeks. And I'll always be grateful. You taught me how to stand up for myself because you stand up for yourself. You taught me how to stop hiding from myself and just be myself because you were always yourself. But I can't see you anymore. It would be a lie. It would be leading you on. I love you, Dorothy, but I can't love you.
Dorothy starts to speak.
Oh, Morgan. Sorry.
Jesus, please, immediately.
Interior control room. Ron, Mel, and Rita are at the console. Seated behind them are the writers. On the monitor marked air, the tape section on the show is being broadcast.
I love Miss Kimberly, Nurse Charles. I don't want to be rude, but after what happened, how can I be in the same room with Dr. Brewster? This is the most important night of Emily Kimberly's life, and we're all going to be there to honor her, including you.
A musical sting. The picture fades, replaced by a commercial.
30 seconds.
Interior studio party set. A piece of a living room. The actors all gather tensely. They hold drinks. Cameras move into position. Dorothy goes to the top of the stairs.
5, 4, 3.
Jacquet signals the cast as the tally light goes on. Dorothy sweeps down the staircase as a middle-aged man raises his glass.
Let's all raise our glasses to our guest of honor, a woman who is a pillar of strength, a woman we're all better for having known, Miss Emily Kimberly.
All raise their glasses.
Speech, speech.
Muted speech.
I can't tell you how touched I am by all this. I never dreamed I would ever feel so affectionate towards all of you. It makes it all the more difficult to say what I have to say.
A pause, and then Dorothy begins to improvise.
You see, I don't come here just as an administrator, Dr. Brewster. I came to settle an old score. My father was a brilliant man. He built this hospital, but but to his family, he was a tyrant.
Interior control room. The writers' heads are in their hands. Simultaneously,
Here we go again.
What the hell is she doing?
He drove his wife to drink. His son, Eddard, became a recluse, and the oldest daughter, Anita,
back on the floor, the cast is immobilized.
the cheerful one, the pretty one, became pregnant when she was 15 and was driven out of the house. She couldn't give up the baby, her little girl. She was terrified that the daughter wouldn't bear the stigma of illegitimacy. So she changed her name and contracted a disfiguring disease.
John Van Horn sits slowly.
She raised the little child as her sister. Her one ambition, besides her child's happiness, was to become a nurse. And she did at the Southwest General.
She did?
The harsh reality of her beginning had made her a champion of the underdog. You didn't know her real identity, Mr. Brewster.
Sorry.
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't.
Nor did you, Nurse Charles. You only knew her as Anthea. Yes, my dear, the oldest sister who raised you. It was your mother.
Oh, jeez.
Interior control room all. The writers are on their feet in shock. Simultaneously,
You have a preference of shots on this one?
This dedicated woman, with a fantastic interest in fairness, was ahead of her time. She knew she had to speak out for whatever she saw injustice in humanity. Do you understand that, Dr. Brewster?
I never laid a hand on her, I swear.
April is weeping.
She was shunned by the other nurses out of fear of her own position. Maybe it was her disease. She became a pariah to the doctors, who found her straightforwardness too threatening, and she became deeply loved by her brother.
Dorothy steps out of her high heels.
The brother who watched her pay for her honesty by losing her first job and then her life.
She tears off her false eyelashes.
The brother who swore he would make it up to her, but in her own terms, as a woman, and as proud to be a woman as she ever was. For I am not Emily Kimberly, daughter of Dwayne.
Interior Sandy's apartment. Sandy, the TV is on. Sandy screams. Interior farmhouse kitchen. Les, the TV is on.
No, I am not. But I am Edward Kimberly, the reclusive brother of Athena.
Les crosses himself with a sandwich, then eats it. Interior loft. Jeff. Jeff sits in living room. The TV is on. He stares at it.
That is one nutty hospital.
Interior studio floor. The cast reacts.
Let's see you all drink to that.
He's your uncle.
Interior control room.
Well, I'll be darned.
Cut.
And cut.
Interior studio floor.
And cut. You son of a gun, you cheat. How could you? How could you do this to anybody?
Heather, ow, ow.
Michael takes it stoically. She stops. All we hear is their breathing. The others watch in stunned silence. Then she suddenly comes to life again, a tigress.
Not to anybody, to me!
She tears at him, beating him with her fists.
Me, you bastard!
She finally stops, then runs from the room.
Does Jeff know?
Interior control room. Ron is catatonic. Rita screams at the writers.
You gotta write us out of this by tomorrow! There's not a writer in America who can do that.
I can.
Oh, nice. Sorry.
Musica. A series of long dissolves. Exterior, Central Park, Longview, Michael Day. Walking thoughtfully, collar up, hands in pockets, he passes a mime in whiteface, hat on the ground. He goes back, drops some money in the hat. Exterior, New England, countryside dawn. A pastoral view. It is spring. The leaves begin to show. Exterior, a playhouse barn. Early evening. A sign identifies it. The Syracuse Playhouse. A hand-painted poster beneath it reads, Michael Dorsey and Sandy Lester in the Love Canal. Written and directed by Jeff Slater. Exterior bar, upstate New York day. A sign outside says, Injun Joe's. A pickup truck pulls up and Les gets out. He goes to the bar. Interior bar day. A few patrons, mostly rural, some farmers, watch the football game on TV. Les enters, takes his usual place at the bar. Camera pans to see Michael rise from a table and move to the stool next to Les. Les turns to him. They stare at one another, a beat. Then Les turns back to the TV. Michael reaches into his pocket and puts a ring box on the bar, pushes it towards Les, who does not take his eyes off the TV.
Get that off the bar or I'll break your hand.
I thought you'd want it back.
Outside. Give it to me outside.
Michael puts the box away, a beat, then Les turns to him.
Why'd you do it?
I needed work.
Hope you enjoyed the chocolates.
I gave them to a girl.
So did I thought.
Quiet again until...
You like them?
Chocolates?
Girls.
I like Julie. I think I love Julie.
Putting on a dress is a funny way to show it.
I know. I never meant to hurt anybody.
Truth is, you were okay company.
So are you.
I could have done without the dancing.
Michael smiles.
I'm seeing a really nice woman now.
Really?
You think I didn't check her out?
Can I buy you a beer?
If you got 6 bits.
A couple beers. Does Julie ever mention me?
You want to play some pool?
Exterior TV studio entrance day. Dolly with passers-by to reveal entrance to studio. As Julie comes out and is immediately surrounded by fans, she begins signing, suddenly looks up. Julie's point of view, Michael. He stands against a blue van looking at her. Closer, Julie. She hands a pen back, turns and walks away. Michael heads after her. Fuller angle, the street. Michael and Julie, day. Julie walks at a fast pace. Michael runs after her. He catches up to her. The walk in silence, a beat.
Hi. I saw your father. I drove to the bar he hangs out at.
Doesn't hang out there.
That's right. I forgot. How's Amy?
Fine.
Your dad and I had a couple beers, played some pool. We really had a good time together.
They walk in silence. She doesn't look at him.
How's it going?
Terry Bishop's back on the show. April lost her radiology license. Turns out screwing around is dangerous, Doctor.
I mean, how's it going with you?
I know what you meant.
Again, they walk in silence, Michael very contrite.
You're pretty hot since you're unveiling. What's your next triumph?
I'm gonna do a play up in Syracuse with my friends.
Good. Listen, Michael, I've got to catch a cab. See you.
Michael stops, stricken. Julie continues on a few steps.
Julie,
She stops, turns.
can I call you?
She stares at him noncommittally. He moves towards her.
Look, I don't want to hold you up. I just want to say I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt anybody, especially you.
She stares at him a long moment, then she looks away.
I miss Dorothy.
She's right here. Listen, I want to be a better man with you as a woman. Than I ever was as a man with a woman. Do you know what I mean?
Michael, what are you talking about?
I learned a few things about myself being Dorothy, Julie. I just have to learn to do it without the dress. You have to admit, at this stage in our relationship, there could be advantages to my wearing pants.
Julie still looks at him, perhaps a bit softer.
Look, the real hard part's over. We're already best friends.
What are you going to do with all those great clothes?
Why?
Will you loan me that little yellow outfit?
Which one?
The Halston.
The Halston? No way. You'll ruin it. You'll spill wine all over it.
I will not.
He starts moving. She moves after him.
I will not.
Well, okay. But I want it back.
What'll you do with it?
It's a memento.
They
Listen,
continue heading away from the camera.
listen. There's a sale at Bergdorf's. You want to go with me?
Their figures are smaller now, going away from us.
When?
Now.
Let's go to bed first.
She hits him hard, then puts her arm around his shoulder. He puts his arm around her shoulder. Buddies, they walk away. The end.
Woo! Magnificent.
Bravo, bravo.
That was
Wow.
hilarious. Well done on your
That was
family.
really good.
Super funny.
Good job,
That
everyone.
was good.
Heck yeah. It's good stuff.
Petra, I didn't mean to steal your heart.
Huh?
I didn't mean to steal your heart. Or yours, Jacob. Sorry.
I'll never forgive you.
Oh no, you just have to deal with the fact that I'm gonna feel bad for a while, and you have to be aware that you made me feel bad and deal with it. So.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Oh.
All right, we'll talk about the movie some. I'm sure there's lots we can say, but first, everybody, time to give your outros. Again, tell people where they can find you and what you do. So, Vicky Dykes.
Hey, Vicky Dykes. I'm an actress in Central Alberta. If you want to contact me, I'm on Facebook under my name, Vicky Dykes, and I'm on Instagram. I'm YogaGramma7, but actually, my 10th grandchild is on her way, so that's very exciting. I'm busy with Table Read Tuesdays. I'm busy with Shakespeare reading, and I'm busy with a yoga show that is hopefully going to be filmed very soon. I'm going to find out more tomorrow night.
That's super exciting. We can't wait to hear. All of that's exciting. You have the grandchild and the yoga show. That's awesome. Petra Stedman.
Hi. Let's see. Currently findable on Twitter at my name and Instagram, which I will start posting random facts or something like probably in November. So we'll go with that. But that's Petrapedia42. And other than that, you can find me here having wild and informative experiences with this great group of people. So
Excellent, excellent. So subscribe to get that every week. Put the notifications on. Like, share. Heather Lee Cameron.
Hello, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I am an actor, I'm a writer, I'm a creator, and I'm a family history research student from Lethbridge, Alberta. Most recently, I was like a series called Angel Dust came out on Amazon Prime. I am featured in episode 2 of that miniseries. And yes, you may have seen me post about that, but that only came about like last week or a couple weeks ago, around sometime around there. It's a very small scene. I am a character called Kim. I do have some lines. And it's Daniel Baldwin's floating around somewhere in that series. So my credit appears in episode 4, and I would encourage you all to watch it and watch the whole miniseries because there are actors from all over Alberta. And, you know, Southern Alberta really needs to be promoted as far as being a good place to shoot film. And Morgan just got back, so maybe I'll repeat it for Morgan.
Sorry, Mulder got sick.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. But anyway, Morgan, I just was telling people that a series was released on Amazon Prime recently, in which I am a part. It's called Angel Dust, and it was released on Amazon Prime. And it's actually a beautiful series. I've got a small part with some lines. And I would encourage all of you to watch it. And as far as writing goes, I've recently decided to take part in NaNoWriMo that's coming up. And it's also midterms this week, so hopefully I'll do well in those. And you can find me on my YouTube channel, The Storm and Latter-day Saint. And all my social media links are there. And you can also find my past work on Heather Lee Freelancer, which is on Facebook, and I'm on the actors pages as well. But you can contact me at heather.lee.cameron@gmail.com. And I recently got some new headshots, and I'm working on fixing up my resume with my dear friend Morgan's assistance because she's very good at what she does.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
Yes.
Congratulations on all the shows and everything.
Well, I hope to do more, but you know, it actually was filmed. Angel Dust was filmed in summer of 2021, and it was filmed in Medicine Hat by Break the Chain Films and released by Factory Film Studio. And I think it's both on Prime Canada and Prime USA. I'm not sure, but definitely on Prime Canada.
Excellent.
That's down here.
yep, found it.
Excellent.
Awesome. And Morgan Toll.
Hi, I'm Morgan Toll. I am a SAG-AFTRA actress, voice actress based in Los Angeles. I am the talent coordinator for Streamily.com. We have an exciting event actually coming up with my sister. We are doing a live autograph signing of Olivia, and all the proceeds are going to be in honor of our cousin Jace, who passed away earlier this year at the age of 8 years old. And so it would mean a lot if everybody checked that out, because everything purchased goes towards Jace's foundation, which is called Jace's Magic Closet, and it gives all kinds of toys to kids in the hospital.
That's amazing.
Awesome.
That's great for you and your sister to be doing that. Thank you. And Dorothy Michaels. Michael Dorsey.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, so I am just, I was kind of didn't have much going on, but between myself and my alter ego, I got a prime time slot on a soap opera, and my dating life is absolutely insane. But no, my name's Clint Monroe. I have just been working away, just trying to learn as much about the industry as possible. And my buddy's pilot got picked up for got green light for 2 episodes. So he brought me on board as a writer, taking all the skills that I've learned through all the readings that we've done and just started plugging it away. So we took the story, and it's a comedy, but we're like really, really juicing it up because, we all take it super serious. I mean, I know it's comedy, but this is our shot and we're gonna give it our best. So it's just been really an interesting process, diving into a lot of the skills that we've learned. And so we'll have 2 eps done hopefully by the end of the year, and go on from that. I get to write it myself as a character, which is cool. I'm going to be probably the most ridiculous character on television, which is going to be awesome. So yeah, just super excited about that. And yeah, that's pretty much what's going on with me right now.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
It's exciting to hear what you're all up to every week. It's very exciting. Because Heather always makes me. Just kidding.
You should want to make yourself.
Jacob Patrick. Here on Table Read Tuesday. That's where you come find me. Also have a website, jacobpatrick.com. I like to write. Directed a few things. Right now I'm creative lead on this Creator Society Creators Jam thing we're doing for a month. Day job is Imaginarian for Disney, making some amusement park rides, and that's that. So
his IMDb is fantastic. It would make a great novel.
Thank you. And so this
hire
is
him, like give him extra work.
Good. Hire all of them. Hire all of us. We'll work together. We'll make a movie and show and
We
everything
should.
together.
You know what? You should come to Canada. We'll film something. Like I'll take you out to dinner if you come to Canada.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Yoga Grandma 7 fights aliens from outer space.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
All the yoga
if you
skills,
come to
all the yoga.
Canada, all the Canadian actors will get together and you can bring Morgan with you and we'll literally all hang out.
Yeah, she'll fight like real life Toy Story aliens. Sick, dude.
Mulder will rip their antennas off.
We can go kidnap Jason and make a movie in the mountains.
Yeah.
Oh, now that sounds scary a little. Yeah, just kidding. Okay. All right. So that's Table Read Tuesday's reading of Tootsie. Now we'll talk about Tootsie some. Who has some juicy details, some insight on this movie?
I wonder.
It was very interesting. There were very few changes from the movie and the script we read, but at the end, where they mentioned the mime, and Michael was walking along, there was a mime, and he put money in the mime's cup. Well, in the movie, the mime was reaching down for something and in a very awkward position, and Michael pushed the mime over, and the mime fell, and the mime gets up and looks, and it was way more entertaining than what we read.
Oh yeah. No, I think same thing with I don't know if it was an improvised line or what, but I love that like Jeff's line became, I want somebody who comes up to me and goes like, dude, I saw your play. What happened? I'm like, oh. I don't know how much of his stuff was improvised or not. A lot of there's like little lines that you're just like, you were waiting for and then they didn't show up in the script. I'm like, how much?
One of the interviews I saw with the director, he was talking about how him and Dustin Hoffman had a disagreement about the taxi scene, about what should happen. Like at first the director wanted, and I guess it was written like that Dorothy gets there and then a guy just takes it. But Dustin Hoffman wanted to pull the guy out and beat him up. And I guess, I forget what's happened in the movie, but here in the script, he did pull him back out. Do you guys remember what happened in the movie? Same thing?
No, but I do have a question. Was this the inspiration behind Mrs. Doubtfire?
Robin Williams was almost cast as Tootsie and would have been Dustin or would have been Dorothy and Michael. And I think that actually would have been really cool, but they got to work together on Hook later and he did do the cross-dressing thing for Mrs. Doubtfire. But no, Mrs. Doubtfire was inspired by a children's book, actually.
Oh, how many movies were wasted because Robin wasn't cast on them? What a shame.
I don't know about wasted, just I think it's like anytime you find like this actor would have created this performance and this actor created that performance. It's like, so like Labyrinth is one of my favorite movies, and you find out that like the musical styling of the movie was basically influenced by who was cast as the Goblin King, because like Jareth was almost Michael Jackson, which is wildly different. Like the sound would have been more.
Oh God,
like,
no, that would have been creepy.
Well, bear in mind, okay, hang on. 1985, he was still. I mean, he was still black enough to be in The Wiz, so that let's be fair about that.
It
But
could have been Tom Araya. That'd be sick.
And Heather, you haven't seen this movie, but
Like,
Dustin Hoffman did a great job. Sorry, say Morgan.
Robin Williams was much, much younger than Dustin Hoffman. So he's like 20 years younger. So he may have not been right for the role at the time.
that's a good point. Well, but also like but I mean, he was like a really strong contender for the part, but I think they just ended up going with Dustin and Elaine May, who wrote she wrote a script that I absolutely love, and I can't remember what it is at the moment. She did an uncredited rewrite on this. So Larry Gelbart got like main credit for the script, but Elaine May did an uncredited rewrite, and she created basically the characters of, she fleshed out the character of Jeff, and she added the character of Sandy, and she actually wrote her for Terry Garr and told Sydney, she's like, you need to cast Terry because I wrote this with her in mind, and no one else is going to play her. And then Terry Garr ends up getting a best, and I think it was a best
of all time.
Yeah, well, I think she ended up winning a best. She didn't win, but she was nominated for a Best Supporting Actress Oscar for this, and I think that's her only Oscar nomination, which is kind of criminal if you think about it. That woman had amazing chops, but yeah, I think her and Jessica Lange actually split the vote a little bit because they were both nominated for Best Supporting in this one. I'm like, why would you do that? But
Yeah, I heard that they had like 10 different writers write on this. And then even after that, and they're getting it made, the director said he's only going on if he can also do rewrites. So
yeah. And I think they ended up having to there was like a panel called before the what is it, the Writers Guilds? I don't remember if it was WGA or something, but there were like 11 people all clamoring for credit and saying, I worked on this scene and I did this and I fixed that part. And it's like they ended up having to go before like a panel to determine who got credit for what part of it. And I'm like, okay. And I think even Larry Gelbart said there were men that like got credit for the script and he didn't even meet them until they won for the screenplay. I'm like, standing on stage, accepting an award for your script. And that's the first time you meet people that worked on your stuff. I'm like, that's gotta be trippy. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. So of other movies, you guys mentioned Hook, and you mentioned Miss Doubtfire. Who are some of the other actors and actresses you feel did best at like the gender switch?
Ooh. Well, I don't know about, that's the thing. Are you talking about playing a convincing woman, or are you talking about who played the role they needed to play convincingly? Because like Tootsie, I think it was AFI, did like the top 100 comedies. Tootsie is number 2 and Some Like It Hot is number 1. And it's like, it's very similar, but like the reasons for getting into it are very different. It's like every time guy puts on dress to become girl, there's always some grand reason, and you very rarely see it the other way. It's like,
well, Whoopi no, that is not fair, because in The Associates, Whoopi Goldberg played a damn good man.
No, she did. What I was getting to was like, most of the time when you have a man dressing up as a woman, it's usually a comedy or a setup for a comedy. And most of the time when you have a woman pretending to be a man, or dressing up as a male or whatever, it tends to be a dramatic role, with the exception of like, The Associate. And even then he was fictional for most of it anyway. But no, she did a great job at the end.
Glenn Close and Albert Nobbs.
Oh yes, excellent point. But yeah, again, I mean, dramatic.
Really?
It's, you have Hilary Swank in Boys Don't Cry. You have Glenn doing Albert Norbs. Also, Glenn Close plays the pirate that gets put in the boo box in Hook, which nobody knew that was her. I was like, that's the one that goes no, with the curly hair and the beard and everything. That's Glenn Close.
Yeah, that's a reason to get awards if no one knows. No one could tell, you know.
I don't know if this counts, but what about Angel and Rent?
Well, that's kind of a specialized case because the character is kind of meant to be almost gender fluid, and I think the
Drag
actor,
queenish, drag queenish.
well, I would argue more gender fluid, obviously male, but presenting as wearing whatever
I'm
they
not
wanted.
sure. I don't know, but I'm not sure. That's why I asked.
There's a
No,
difference.
but yeah,
between
less. I would argue less
drag
drag.
I honestly
drag.
don't know that. I don't know the fine detail. I don't really know.
What
That's
were you
why I
saying,
asked.
Morgan? The difference between?
There's a difference between being trans and being a cross-dresser.
Yes, there is.
Oh, cripes. This, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I took us on a detour. Let's get back to our movie. My apologies.
Okay, the red dress
Morgan,
that
I
she's
really
wearing
don't know. We can
in
talk
the
about
picture
it.
behind you, Jacob.
What?
The red dress that she's wearing in the picture, that was actually worn by Stephanie Powers on Heart to Heart, like I think the year or two before the movie got made. That's where they got the movie, or that's where they got the dress. I was like, dude, cool.
All right, cool.
I grew up watching that. Well, I grew up watching reruns of that show about a decade after it ended the year I was born. But I did grow up watching re-rigs of it. So as soon as I got old enough and saw Tootsie, I was like, wait a minute, why do I know that dress? Jennifer Ward on Heart to Heart. So yeah, it was a good one.
All right. Those who didn't see the movie, what do you guys like about it? Those who have seen it, what do you guys love about it?
Those who haven't seen the movie, are you inclined to go see it now that you've read the script? That's my question.
Definitely.
I do.
Yeah. I thought it was good. It was interesting. I mean, like reading some of the characters, I mean, it is an older movie for sure. I could definitely see how like a man coming in as a woman, but also like the savior of women could be, I don't know, a little on the nose.
Yeah.
But it was also really interesting to see a man going through that and then like just using that lens of like a man being a woman, seeing what it's like to be a woman. I thought that was a really, really strong point in the movie, you know.
This is like a dangerous topic, so I'm going to get out of here. Clint, good luck.
Don't lie. That's not why you're leaving.
I know. I got other reasons. It's just the timing.
And that's why you have 10 writers on the script. You know what I mean? I mean, it's.
Although, speaking of, I did remember the script that Elaine May wrote. She wrote the screenplay for The Birdcage, which is another fantastic movie, also starring Robin Williams and also featuring cross-dressing, which I thought was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Although technically,
I apologize if I offended anybody. I don't know much about the topic myself, so.
Heather, it's all right. We know that you're full of love and you care about everybody. So, you know, you're fine.
Traditionally, drag is a performance art kind of inspired by like traditional theater, extreme makeup, usually a altered gender presentation, and it's typically gay men or on occasion trans performers, but it's usually more, there's like a sexuality aspect of it. Not universally, there are straight drag queens, but that's where the queen comes from, is typically it's typically gay actors. Cross-dressing or transvestism, transvest literally means to wear the clothes of opposite, to wear opposite clothing. So a man dressing as a woman dressing as a man, regardless of sexual presentation or anything like that, is cross-dressing. So it's just, if you chose to wear a three-piece suit or Clint chose to put on a dress, that's cross-dressing. Anything it has to do with your psychological or personal feelings or sexuality or anything like that is almost secondary, in some cases completely non-related. And then you have, you know, like alternates, like stuff like gender fluid presentation, where whatever you feel like presenting that day is what you wear, and that's usually more a personality thing. So
because I mean, I want to know the difference so that I can be appropriate in different situations and I don't offend anybody, but you know, I just wanted the explanation.
Just as we saw in the movie, I mean, he was a straight man dressing as a woman.
Yeah.
And so male or female, you can dress as the other gender and be straight, but there are people out there who are not straight and dress in opposite clothing.
Okay.
There was actually a movie with Adrian Pascal and Julie Christie, the woman who played Molly Weasley. I don't remember if it's, is it the different? No, it's not the difference world. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. That one actually, one of the main storylines is Adrian Pasdar plays a straight, handsome lawyer who happens to like wearing, nail polish on his toes and
Or Ed
on
Wood.
lingerie and stuff like that. And he's straight, and it's fine. It's just that happens to be the expression that he chooses for his personal time, and that's perfectly fine too. There's nothing.
You haven't seen Ed Wood? That's a movie to watch.
Yeah, although that's kind of delving into things. He may or may not have been entirely straight, and that's fine too. There was a lot of stuff that you couldn't get away with back in the day. There used to be a actual law about stuff like this, where if you were, I think it was called the 3-piece law, you had to be wearing at least 3 pieces of clothing that were specific to your gender. Otherwise, you could get arrested in most of the states on the on the East Coast, including New York. It's a really big thing over there. So if you were particularly fashionable, or if you'd seen Annie Hall a few too many times, the law was going out of vogue by the time that movie came out. But if you had seen Annie Hall too many times, or if you chose to be particularly expressive, or just really wanted that boost of confidence that high heels give you as you were walking to your job on Wall Street, whatever it was, if you did not have at least 3 pieces that were your gender appropriate, you could get arrested. And I'm like, kind of weird, because you never knew why someone was doing that. And I think it's like, yeah, I don't know. As long as you're not hurting anyone, love who you want to love, wear what you want to wear, and just
I agree with
go
that.
forth and live your life. Please, that's all.
I do agree with that.
So moving back to the movie.
Sorry, I just was curious.
No, don't apologize. It's fine. Actually, curiosity is good. One thing that I have noticed,
I don't know how to ask questions appropriately, so I don't ask them.
Okay, it's all right. Like I said earlier, Heather, we know that there's nothing but love in your heart. So
yeah,
and
honestly, in a lot of instances, people that fall into anything, as long as you're not coming off as like, what are you doing or whatever, if you are genuine in your curiosity, they're usually open to talk to you. I've had, family, friends, a lot of people in a variety of things along this. If you just ask, and you're coming from like the way that you would ask, I think it's fine. They're more likely to talk to you than, as long as they don't feel that they're being interrogated so much as, an expression of genuine curiosity, which you do very well. You do a very good expression of genuine curiosity because you're genuinely curious, and that's fine. It's good that you want to learn these things. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It's okay.
Okay. So back to the movie. You wanted to go back to the movie. We should go back to the movie.
We should go back to the movie.
Yeah, I didn't actually see this movie, so I'll let you more knowledgeable people take the lead.
Are you going to go see the movie now that you've done the script?
I will try. Where is it?
I mean, I could send you
You're literally Petropedia. You're supposed to have this knowledge.
I was gonna say Region 1 because it shows up on Turner Classic Movies like all the time. I'm sure you can find it on streaming somewhere, but
oh god, I don't have any time this week. I've got to
I did not say this week. You can watch it whenever you darn well want. Just add it to the list. It's fine. Let's see. The only reason that when I was cast as the director at the beginning, because all the voice that you hear in the movie, it's a bit of a goof. All of the voices of the various casting directors that he's auditioning for are the same voice, and they're all voiced by Sidney Pollack. And it's a bit of a continuity error because it wouldn't be the same person every time. But I also thought that was kind of funny that like it's almost like when you're getting that constant rejection, or even when anything about your job becomes repetitive, whether it's acting or anything else, I think that maybe I don't know. I kind of took it as representational. It's like everybody is always the same because they're always telling you the same thing. You're too tall, you're too old, you're too young, you're too short. And then there's actually a line that isn't in the script that Sydney Pollack added. And it's just when he's like, "Oh, I can be shorter. I don't have to be this tall. I can be, whatever." And he's like, "We're just looking for someone else." And it's like, it's a little brutal, but because what are you going to do to change you? It's kind of like the hiccup thing. All of this is what we're not looking for. It's like, you just gestured to all of me. What am I supposed to change about that? How am I not what you're looking for? So I think, yeah, if you're putting in the work, and I'm sure the more pro actors among our group can attest to this, there have to be times when you're rejected. It's just, how do you deal with that? It's just nothing about what you can do, no matter how much you want something, is going to be right, because they have an idea in their head about, you don't fit the look, you don't fit, your voice doesn't sound right. Never mind the fact that you are willing to, put yourself out there, but it's like, if they don't want you, you're kind of stuck. It's like, okay, you don't want me. I am an actor. I can do anything. I can be anyone, but I can't stop being me. So I think there's got to be a limit. It's like, we're looking for someone else. Oh, yeah, I can't. I can be someone else, and also I can't.
Most of like why everyone in the beginning was saying that he wasn't booking things because he was arrogant. Because to me, when I first watched the movie, I was like, yes, like this is exactly how it is. You work your ass off and you go to audition after audition, and you're constantly told no for like the silliest reason.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. He seems like just a regular guy who spent many years doing acting classes and acting with his friends and just could not book a job. And that's how I personally saw it. And that's how he eventually then got the part that he did by changing himself entirely.
Yeah.
But I don't know what anyone else's perspective on that is, because I know we talked a bit before the movie, before reading the movie.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like when you are the writer or the director of a project, right? It's not that you're seeing over one person's part, you're seeing over the story in general. So it's kind of like being the boss, and you have 30, or in this case, I don't know how many characters there were, like 60 different employees, right? And so you're trying to pull the best out of everybody, but at the end of the day, your job is the story, right? And so you're trying to fit that story. And so that's the nature of this business, is trying to fit into, how do I say this? It's like, it's different people's interests coming together, right? And so when the casting director looks, they're like, how does this person fit into this story? How can we get this person to fit into the story? And then on the actor needs the job, right? And so they don't really get to see like what else is going on behind the scenes, behind the story. And so it's this not really a conflict of interest, but it's like a lack of understanding as to what's really going on, and it does get hard because, like you were saying, Petra, where you kind of get rejected without knowing why. And on the production side, right, like they know why, because they've gone through the script, they've read, they know how this is all going to look, they've gone through their shot list, they've done all the character developments, they've gone through all that stuff, so they know. And that's something that's not expressed to actors or actresses, and it can be kind of frustrating, for sure. It's
and
not kind of
it has, well, the majority of the time it has nothing to do with talent, because you have so many talented people coming into a casting room that are equally just as talented as the other. And sometimes it has nothing to do with how you look, how your personality is. Most of the time it's what's going to make the money and what's going to be best served for their production on the financial side.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately it is a business, and I get that. You want to make the most financially soluble things for it, but it's like at the end of the day, it's got to still be hard. It's like you do realize the actors and actresses that you cast most of the time, most people don't look like that. It's like, I hate to be the person who's like, couldn't you cast somebody who looks a little bit more like, I don't know, me? I like it when, like, you know, I have a pretty wide diversity of like races, ethnicities, backgrounds, and stuff like that in my friends, my family group, and stuff like that. And I think it's cool when they get to look at a movie, a TV show, and go, I see myself in that. And I think that's kind of cool. But it's kind of the same thing even when I was growing up. It's like you didn't really see the curvy girl, you didn't see the, like, you know, the motor mouth chatterbox know-it-all, you know, kid sitting in the corner, or the girl who always sat in the corner and like read a book at a party. It's like, yes, I did that on it's fine. But I mean, if you saw it, it was like a character point or a beat or something, and you didn't get like the, I don't know, I'm getting off topic, but I don't know. It seems like this is both a really good example of how to maybe be willing to like work yourself into some new form that might be appropriate, but it's also at the end of the day, it's kind of like it's a bit of an abusive love story. It's like, yeah, having anything where you're,
you have to love it. You have to have thick skin because you're gonna get told no a million to billion times.
Keep loving it even when it hurts you.
You have to keep loving it, and you have to be able to be okay with where you're at. Because I've had so many students say, oh, well, what if I just get this like lead in this TV show, or then people will know who I am. And it's like, there's so many actors that are consistently working that their names will probably be never known, but they are working actors.
Oh yeah.
So you need to be okay with where you're at, be okay with doing the acting without getting known, without the fame thing. Like if you're doing this for fame, you're in it for the wrong reason. And you just have to be okay with, you know, once a week, do a monologue, do a scene with your friends, have fun doing that, because if that's your passion, that should be enough. You don't have to be in these big grand productions. If you are, that's great and good for you for getting there. But a lot of the times it's not about talent. And so to say, oh, I can't get this because I'm not talented enough is just not the case ever.
Yeah. I do find it interesting that like he has that speech about if you're an actress, or if you're an actor, you know, you act because you can't not act. It's like to you know, not acting is not an option. Like, you know, there's always work, there's unemployment, but it's like, you know, you go out and you act because you are an actor. It's kind of like the Rainer Maria Rilke Letters to a Young Writer. It's like, if you wake up every day and all you think about is writing, you're a writer. If you wake up and you have a story that you want to tell, a voice that you want to express or whatever, and that's like, and you feel like you want to act that, you're an actor. And the cool thing about this movie, it's very like industry movie, but it's also a very, you have no excuse for not acting if that's what you want to do, even if it's just a monologue in the bathroom mirror. It's like, that was an excellent point by Morgan. It's like, I do feel this is one of those good, throw it on and let him talk to you for the first 5 minutes and just listen to what he's telling his class. It's a good, you are an actor and therefore you must act. It's an excellent speech. It's a good bolster, I think, sometimes too. It's like, you know, do it because it's just what you are, and that's what you need to do as a result. So I did always really like that speech.
I just recently had this conversation. Rob Paulson came into the studio and I spoke to him for about an hour and a half. And he was saying this exact thing of, you know, when he came out to Hollywood, he didn't think of becoming a voice actor. That wasn't his first thing that came to his head. He was in theater. He wanted to be, doing the theater acting and the live action acting. And that's what he went for. And that's what he was auditioning for. And when he got this voice acting gig, he started to realize, oh, like this is interesting because people aren't going to look at my face. When I get older, they're not going to see me age. I'll be able to do this for the rest of my life and not have to worry about that process. Because a lot of times with voice acting, it's simply talent because they don't see your face. So it's a very widely known thing that it's not about talent ever. And if you ever get down on yourself and you're like, I'm not good enough, I'm not talented enough, I can't do this, just know that the industry has nothing to do with that. And you are talented enough and you can do it. You just have to keep doing it. And the people that don't end up doing it are those who stop, those who give up. You just have to keep doing your thing, and whatever's meant for you is meant for you, and whatever's not is not.
I think learn to be okay with that if possible. That's a hard lesson for anybody though. I think just learn to be okay with it where possible, but that's a tricky lesson I've noticed too.
Well, I mean, I think the industry is changing a little bit as well, and they are starting to create more diverse stories. And like, I mean, there is a huge, large sex appeal to, selling films, but it's not the only thing that sells good stories, right? And so as we go through this shift in storytelling and this mass awakening on humanity, which is going on across all spectrums of the world right now, I think you're going to start seeing a lot more different diverse stories, because it is really, there's so many different universals that are relatable outside being tiny and small and sexy or big and strong and handsome. You know what I mean? Because otherwise I would be screwed, neither of those, although I don a good beanie and scarf and I have a decent beard, but that's, but again,
you're adorable, dude.
It's not about the it's not about the talent. It's kind of like talent meets the right spot, and that's really, really how it happens. And so there will be a time, we just got to find out what that story is and tell it, Maybe it's your script that you've been working on,
Maybe. We'll see.
It was an awesome interview with Chrissy Metz, where she talked about how she was working, I think, for an agency, a casting agency. And for so long, she was like, why am I helping people get these things and I'm not doing the thing? And then she ended up booking American Horror Story, and she was like, this is it. This is where I'm going to have my break. And then she didn't book anything for like 2 years or something like that. And she was just ready to give up. She was like, I'm just over this. Like, this is exhausting. And then she booked This Is Us, where that's where she blew up.
Oh, yeah.
And became who she is now. But I thought that it was such a cool story because you never know.
Sure.
And two, it's going back to that thing of you can't give up. You have to keep going. You may land something here. It's a lot of popcorning when you audition. It's like you land something, you don't, you land it, you don't. And something that you think might be a huge success may not be, and the thing that you think was not going to be successful may blow up and be super successful. But just keep doing the things that you love, and if your heart is beating for it, it's going to happen, because that means that you're meant for it, because it's there. It's like what you were saying, Petra, like you literally can't live without it.
Yeah.
It's inside you, like it's a part of who you are, and you can't live without it. Then you keep doing that thing, and it's going to grow and evolve, and just like anything else in life. It's gonna bloom.
I just imagined this like story, and we got to vet it out a little bit, but I can see this image of somebody thirsting for knowledge, and they go to like they hike up this tumultuous path, and they get to this like shrine, right? That's like somewhat quasi Roman, somewhat quasi like Hindu temple, and
Okay.
really dark, and but there's like glowing light from inside, and they
Okay.
walk and they see this figure sitting like the Buddha, cross-legged, that has all knowledge and wisdom in the universe, and it's Petra.
Oh God.
You see what I did there, right? You see?
Yeah.
I was
Dude.
waiting for it.
And her flying monkeys attack anyone who tried to break into the pyramid.
Ah, I'm the Wicked Witch of the West now. Okay, I'll take it.
Tell me about this, please, and then you answer them. Right? That's it. That is the story.
There you go.
Yeah, but then why would they go up the path? Why would they seek Petra out? Does somebody get kidnapped?
I know we all have to vet this out. This is going to be the table read script. You know what I mean? It's going to.
And I even know my oracle name, Kiapita, the know-it-all pain in the ass. There we go.
Kiapita. All right, chick.
Like, do you have to sacrifice blood or somebody's life to get into this pyramid?
No. You leave books at the altar and chocolate.
Oh my God, how boring.
Books and chocolate. Excuse me, those are wonderful gifts. Shh.
Pull a Harry Potter, leave some blood at the altar.
Nah. In this
I
economy,
mean, I just wrote myself into this script, and like, the way that I have it, like, I don't really want to be a lead.
You know what? You can be the Chris Pratt from Jurassic World. You can be the dude that tries to save the day and make the peace.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
but what if we want carrots?
I think I'll submit it probably next year when we do TV scripts, and we get it registered with the WGA and everything. But
Morgan and I can be like your hotties that you can take with you.
Yeah.
But I gotta have those sunglasses, like those sunglasses that Petra has. Then I just push a button, and then we all transform, or like that'll be like my what do you call it? Like my time machine. So
There
we'll
you
just.
go.
Or Morgan can be some sort of evil little villain with a knife chasing Clint through the.
Where does Mulder come into this?
Well, you know,
He's the dog
villains
that rescues
villains
the
have
day.
pets.
Hello.
Moldar is the luck dragon from
Yes!
the ending story.
You
You know,
did
like
it. I love it.
villains literally have pets that they talk to when they're pissed.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, okay, actually, yeah, because now I'm totally picturing Morgan being like the globally dominating hottie, just like sitting on a throne going, yes, Mulder, this pleases me. This pleases me. He's like secretly the mastermind behind
Like, you
everything.
know, all villains literally have pets. Like, if they talk to when they're pissed off or happy or whatever.
Mhm.
He could totally be the pup that saves the day, though. And we have gotten wildly divergent from any discussion of the film. Not that we haven't had a wonderful conversation. That's fine. Okay. Final thoughts, anyone?
I don't know. What
I thought it was
talking
actually
about?
final thought back on topic. Really, really good dialogue. Honestly, like really like true to earth dialogue. Just watching it, like how many times they kind of like you can see the characters stepping over each other, or like one person is stuck on one train of thought and another person tries to change it, and then it's like unheard and the person keeps continuing with their train of thought. I thought they did like a really, really good job of that. That's something that I've been trying to wrap my head around in going with this script that I've been writing myself. And like that was definitely a very good meditation on that. Because like how many times in life, right? Do you have a point that you're trying to make? And so you're trying to make that point and somebody else gets distracted by something and you're like cut off, but then you go back to it and then but you're both kind of have your own, you're like having a conversation with yourself with another person present who is also having a conversation with themselves. You know, I see that happening all the time. It's kind of fun. I mean, honestly, my journey into this world has taught me how to love humans a lot more and appreciate it. And you just go out and you watch and you see it and you're like, oh, look at, I see what they're doing. Oh yeah, you know, and then you can bring it back into your art. So it's fascinating, you know.
Mhm.
So
Well, it's like the way you didn't have layered conversations and dialogue. I mean, you did in some very obscure films, but for the most part, like Altman kind of brought that to the forefront where it's like you don't stop and wait for the person to stop talking before you start. You talk over each other. You have that layered back and forth banter where you're cutting people off and stepping over half their line and stuff like that. And it sounded very natural when he started doing it and putting it in films. And it's like this became a thing that people started doing, which I found kind of cool.
Yeah, for reading as a cold read. I mean, I've never seen the movie, never. I mean, honestly, today was really, really busy. I didn't even have a chance to look at the script, and it just kind of flowed naturally. You know, not saying that I did the best job in the world or anything like that.
You did great.
No, thank you.
Do
No,
not
it
doubt
did.
this.
It
You
did
did-
just
you
kind of like it flowed really naturally. I think there was like a couple spots in that script where you just it wasn't even how you said it. It was just like reading it and then processing how to read it, you know. But yeah, I mean, there's been other scripts, you know, where you read it and you're like, how do I even say what they're trying to get me to say? And this one just it flew off the tongue, you know. So that's good dialogue right there.
Yes. And at least some of that ended up because Sidney Pollack and Dustin Hoffman were constantly butting heads, and they had all these weird little arguments. And eventually Sidney's like, "You have to go in the movie or I'm going to strangle you." And so it's like, put it on the page, put it on the screen. And it worked out really well. A lot of the little stuff that they have in the back and forth was really good. All right. Morgan, let's go to you.
I mean, I've always loved this film. It's been one of my favorites for a while now. Just, I think I saw it in high school, and just as somebody who liked acting, I really was drawn to it. As I was saying before we started, I think maybe it's aged a little bit not well due to the fact that he takes a woman's role. And it's like the only way that they could cast the woman was to hire a man. So in that way, it's like, but I still love it. I still love the film. I think I've always loved Dustin Hoffman. I think he's a phenomenal actor.
Yes.
Yeah, those are my final thoughts.
Okay. So something, I don't know. I personally think the only part of it that doesn't entirely, I don't think it hits as I don't think it was necessarily comfortable back in the day, but it's like something that I guess is just way less permissive nowadays is the industry. It's just like, yeah, we've had the Me Too movement, we've had the Time's Up thing, we had people being called out on like, no, it's really not fair that you're forcing, you know, these like incredibly young, naive, or I mean, not always naive, but like these incredibly young people who are like half the age or more of your leading man to permit like having his tongue shoved down their throat just because you want ratings. It's a little weird and creepy. I think John's characterization as the tongue is already that it's one sentence. That's all you need to know. Oh, we call him the tongue. It's like, oh dear God, that immediately tells you everything. There's some stuff that I think is not as accepted, I think, anymore, which is a good thing. But I am very glad of some of the terms that they made. I think the audition scene at the beginning when they cut out the we're looking for someone less ethnic, and it's like you have a white guy playing a, I'm sorry, is it a vato? Is it a I couldn't even get like, you're wearing a zoot suit and holding, is this a 50s film? What are you? I was wildly confused by that, but it's also not in the film. So good cutting a few of the more problematic bits, I think.
White Oleander, where Renee Zellweger's character is watching herself on the TV and she says, ethnic means brunette.
Yeah, no, I know. That and
reminded me of.
That and all of Jennifer Aniston's characters in Dream for an Insomniac, which is I know it has issues, but that's one of my favorite movies of all time. I can't even help it. But yeah, she's this struggling actress who every time she shows up, she's got a new accent and a new personality and whatever, and she ends up playing a very problem. Like I don't think you could actually get away with casting a white girl in that role nowadays, but it was a thing at the time. But no, so I really like the movie. It's definitely product of its time, but I don't think it's as bad a product of its time as some others. I mean, it has great dialogue, really phenomenal acting. I think the cinematography is actually kind of funny, and I like aside from the fact that it leaves you with a giant plot hole. Yes, it's a great ending, it's a phenomenal twist, but anybody who's not familiar with how soaps are done, they don't film every day live. You have weeks of stuff, at least several days in advance of filming. So there's a giant continuity problem that's about to happen as a result of that going live. I get it's a way to get her out of the system, and it's a more or less graceful out for the studio, but you're gonna have weeks of reshoots because there's no way her character can stay on the show after that. It's like, oh no, we can't really do that, but it's a great movie. And
I think in some ways it was I mean, like, yeah, in some ways it's dated, but I think in some ways it's kind of ahead of its time, you know,
very.
as far as like it's a very interesting dynamic, right? Where it's like this guy comes in a patriarchal system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Industry dominated by men, to kind of like bridge that divide, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then experience life as a woman, and then like say, like, be the voice of how women feel in that industry and like standing up for it. I thought that, I mean, it's just an interesting way to go about that story. But like one of the scenes that really caught me was when they call him like Tootsie, right? Or Babe. And he's like, dude, like Kyle is Kyle, Jim is Jim. And then you're just calling women. And like, how many girls do you know that are like, don't fucking call me babe, don't call me sweetheart, that's not me. Right. Yeah. And it's like, that was, when did this movie come out? Like 82 or something?
I think so.
Yeah, it's like, that's a pretty, to have
82.
to make a scene that has still held up true now, you know, is I thought pretty visionary. And it just goes to the research that went in there. And it's like, what do you really want to say? Like, if you could voice yourself, you know, what would you say? And so I thought
that has to be an Elaine May line. It seems something that she absolutely would have put in one of her scripts. But
for sure. I mean, it definitely seems like, while there's a male name on the script, at least on the little research that I was able to do on it, like there was definitely a lot of female voice that went into the writing of the script. You know what I mean?
Well, and the acting as well. Like Meryl Streep commented, like Dustin tapped her to like help him run lines and kind of develop the Dorothy character, the Dorothy aspect of his thing. And I still love two small aspects of this, because it kind of almost affected him kind of profoundly as an actor. Because two things that he's gone on record are, one, even though everybody on this movie said that all the women on this movie loved working with him, he actually felt bad that he had previously been guilty of sexist behavior with his other co-stars, even the ones where he was just a micromanaging dickbag, and not necessarily hitting on them, but just like over controlling and like just trying to direct every like microsecond. Even that was kind of a little bit like, I know better than you. And that was a little bit weird. But yeah, I mean, that was one of those things he realized that he had been guilty of like sexist behavior in the past. And the other thing, that whole comment about like he wished Dorothy was prettier, he's aware she's a good woman, she's just not pretty, at least like, you know, by general standards. And it's like, I find it funny that he realized that, like, yes, this is a phenomenally interesting woman, she's talented, she's incredibly smart, and everything about her is intriguing and cool, but he would not have approached a woman that looked like he did as a woman at a party. And he's like, how many people have I missed the opportunity to connect with because I was basing it on looks and how I felt about them, and not, this is a person that I could make a connection with and learn something from, or anything. And it's like, he kind of broke down about that. It was like, oh, I mean, it's a valid point, but it was also really cool. So those are my last 2 bits of trivia about this. Is just one of my favorite things about it. So.
Yeah, that, and
this is one of Jessica Lange's first movies.
Jake.
And she's awesome.
Was one of her, no, she'd been in stuff for a couple of years, I think, but like immediately before this, she had done Frances. And
no, she did Frances after. I just looked it up.
Wasn't Frances 80s? Frances was 1980, wasn't it?
No, it was the same year that Sophie's Choice came out. 82. So it's Tootsie, then Frances.
Really? Okay. I totally thought she did this one before.
So she
Or
had
no,
only
no, she had,
done-
I think it might have been released in different order, but she actually commented that yeah, she had just done Frances and she didn't want to do Tootsie because she felt it was too potentially similar. Yeah, no, she's I'm obviously she's happy that she did the role, but yeah, no, I think they filmed Frances. I just don't know if it was released before Tootsie. They might have been released out of order, but she finished
Frances
Frances.
is one of my favorite films. If you guys haven't watched it, watch it. It's
Which one?
intense. Frances.
Oh yeah, no, great movie.
Well,
Okay,
guys,
Heather, final thoughts.
yeah, final thoughts, Heather. Heather.
I thought it was a very decent movie. I may watch it if I can find it, but not this week after things slow down on the door.
Yeah, no,
I
that's why
learned
you
a
watch
lot
it.
from.
Just put it on your list.
Yeah, I learned a lot from reading the script, and yeah, it was very educational, as was the discussion here tonight.
Good too.
Heather, you look like you're about to fall over asleep.
Yeah, it's time. We gotta.
No, I've just got a lot on my mind tonight. So
Okay.
Well, you're awesome and special.
Yes.
You always have a place here at Table Read Tuesday.
thank you.
Family, so there's that
As
too.
I said earlier, please, anyone who's watching, if you want to get to know my capabilities and as an actor, watch all our reads and watch Angel Dust on Amazon Prime and anything else. And yeah, I've just got a lot on my mind tonight.
Yeah. No worries. I get it. I get it, man. Sometimes I wish I could turn that thing off, you know?
An off switch would be great.
Yeah.
Okay, so good night, guys.
Good night.
Thank you for watching, everyone.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.